Oh, how good it is to be back. How great it is to be back. It's 133 days since we last broadcast a Proteas match live here on One World Sports Radio. Cricket match, in fact, on One World Sports Radio. The world has changed since then. It has changed in an unimaginable ways. And today we bring you something new and different, aligning with how the world has changed. Yes, COVID 19 has had us all locked up in our houses, and our hearts go out to those who've been impacted by COVID 19 here at One World Sports Radio. But today we bring you something new. It is still called cricket, but it's cricket with three teams. Why beat one team when you can beat two? A brainchild of Paul Harris, the chairman of RAIN South Africa. He was playing cards with his wife and his daughter and realized that his daughter felt left out. And so he came up with this idea from that card game to have a three-team cricket tournament. Today, he then took it to the Brains Trust that is Cricket South Africa to try and model this game and make it a lot more competitive. And Graham Smith and Mark Boucher created the rules for this match, which we will take you through today. And then finally, what better way to showcase this incredible match with 24 of the best cricket players in the country. If you're listening to us around the world, welcome to this broadcast today. My name is Mpho Mutlani, and I'm joined by Tsepo Taylor and Otto Simon, who's just entering the studio today. Please do follow us at One World Sports Radio, One World SR on Twitter, at One World Sports Radio on Facebook and Instagram. Just type out One World Sports Radio, one with the number. And we're also live on YouTube, so you can see our lovely faces as we try to bring you this match in the most safest way possible. All protocols are followed for the well, not necessarily social distancing, but all the sanitization and other COVID-19 protocols are followed. But here we are. The world has changed. We've got three teams today. We will see how it goes. Let me introduce the team. Otto and Tsepo, how are you guys doing today?
Hello, hello. Yes, very well. Thank you. Doing very well and very, very happy to be back here in the One World Sports Radio studio getting some live cricket. I cannot wait. I'm telling you, since I heard about this three-team cricket, I was very excited and especially more excited when I heard that we were broadcasting it.
Now, it's good to be back as well. Good to be watching sports again. And very interesting way to get back onto the field. So I'm very excited about this. Very excited to watch cricket, chat about cricket. I love cricket, guys. I really do.
Yes, that is very true. This broadcast is brought to you by RAIN South Africa. So please do follow them on Twitter and as well as the various social media platforms. They're going to be a very great sponsor for us today. And we're getting some teams. A tweet from Leah early on. She says, so basically we have this glorious madness that some guy in South Africa didn't know about scat. Well, Leah, it's not some guy. He is a millionaire, and when you've got money, you can bring these events together. Essentially, it's about bringing more people to the game and getting younger people to play. It's really tough when you play a game like cricket with only two teams and you have more players. And so today will be that too. So let me remember, today is also for the Solidarity Fund, the Solidarity Cup. That's what it's called today. That's a COVID-19 fund. The Solidarity Cup Solidarity Fund is raising money for relief in COVID-19. Obviously, we know how COVID-19 has changed our world indefinitely, especially for the next couple of years. So let's go through the rules. The rules are there'll be three teams with 8 players. 36 overs in total today will be played, with each team batting for 12 overs in stints of 6 overs. It's a last man stands rule, which means that when the 7th wicket falls, the last man in will have to either hit a 2, a 4, or a 6. So essentially, return home, baseball style, to get the runs going. The team at the end of the day with the most runs wins the first prize, and it's like the Olympics. So there's a silver medal and a bronze medal. I don't know how the toss is going to work to see who's going to bat first, but each team will get to bat and bowl against the other team, and it's going to be interesting for us to watch. We've played Last Man Stands here at One World Sports Radio, so we kind of know how this game is going to go, but the players are getting ready on the field right now. It's look as though they're going to do a show of support against two things, and this is what I want to address right now. Black Lives Matter is not some sort of thing that we are not going to debate about today. We know that here at One World Sports Radio, unequivocally, we acknowledge that black lives do matter, and we are not going to enter into any debate about any other thing else, because we have seen throughout history that black people's lives have been considered less than, and that is a scourge against society in itself. And the second thing, and our president called it a pandemic against the women of our country, and that is gender-based violence. And so today we'd like to say we are against gender-based violence as four men in the studio. Simon may not be in the, but as four men and One World Sports Radio, we to the men of our country that if you do have an inclination to think that you are above women in this country, do seek help, because we will not tolerate any violence against the women of our country. And so those are the two things that we will be standing against, and they will do that today. So it seems as though the toss is happening. They're picking balls out of 3 rain boxes. The first captain went to pick a ball. Who was that, Tsepo?
It's A.B. de Villiers, and he picked ball number 3.
So I'm assuming ball number 1 is the person who's going to bat first.
That's how
That would
I
make
understand.
sense, yes.
Okay. So we're picking the shortest straw, but with cricket balls. So that's going to be
The
interesting.
lowest number bats first, I would assume, yes. Yeah, we'll see.
feel
Okay,
like,
so AB, he's the captain of the Take a Lot Eagles,
Yes.
and it looks like he's also saying something there, probably also making the same sort of statement you just did, Paul. And just to connect to that, I'm also a dad to 2 daughters, so this gender-based violence thing is quite upsetting to me as well. And of course, we all have moms. I have a sister as well. Yeah, if you, like Paul said, if you're a man or if you see something, say something. If you're a man and you feel that type of violent inclinations, seek help. There are people that can help you with that. And if you see somebody else in your group of friends or
Okay. So Timber seems to have sanitized his hands, and he's gotten a ball there. He picked ball number 2. So I'm assuming then Reza Hendricks, who was made captain yesterday. So Temba Bavuma is in place of Quinton de Kock. We'll give you the team list just after this toss has occurred. Remember, this is brought to you by Rain, Rain South Africa. And Otto, can you just get closer to your mic? We have, please do tweet in your comments on Twitter at OneWorldSR and at Gorilla SA if you still believe in us and you still follow us on that platform as well. Our lovely family, cricketing family from around the world follow us on Gorilla SA. So please do follow us. Do send your tweets there. I'll just get ready. We already have 5 tweets. And Diana says they can't hear anybody but me.
oh no,
That
so
is
I can't hear myself either, really.
I can't hear anyone.
So let's.
We'll sort something out. Thanks for letting us know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just.
So they can't hear your thanks.
Please pass on my thanks.
Yes, thank you. We're just sorting out the gremlins. It is our first outing today. I can hear you, but you're very faint.
Oh, I said that very faintly.
Yeah, okay, I can hear you through my ears, which is good. Otto's ears are not working. I don't know where's Otto's.
Ooh.
There we go.
Okay, we've got Otto's ears
also
going.
A bit of feedback.
Yes, we're just
Buzz
trying.
there.
Otto,
We
speak.
see Reza Hendricks is now also addressing the camera, so it looks like
Yes.
Kingfishers are going to bat first, Kites are going to bowl first, and the Eagles will be first into the dugout. So there
That's-
you've got it.
Yes, so that is it. So the Outsurance Kingfishers will bat first, and they will be bowling against the team that will be bowling at them will be the Mr. D Food Kites, and the Take a Lot Eagles will be sitting in the dugout. So so let's go through the teams.
Yes.
The Outsurance Kingfishers are being led by Reza Hendricks. It was announced yesterday that Reza Hendricks would lead the King Fishers. And also the other players there opening the batting, assuming it follows the pattern that we know normally. Yanaman Malan will be there in that team. Faf du Plessis, former captain of the Proteas. Heinrich Klaassen, the man who averages 242 in ODIs in 2020. He is joining, he's in that side as well. Tando Intini, Makaya's baby boy, one of the two players who were born this side of the millennium, coming through and playing in against the current Proteas. So it's a view of the future there with Gerald Coetzee, who's also a fast bowler who played in the Under-19 World Cup earlier on this year. He also played in the previous one as well. And you've got Glenton Steedman and Tabrez Shamsi rounding out that team. Glenton Steedman, a Warriors bowler, and he is a very, very good prospect. He played for SAA against England in Benoni. We have a moment of silence against against Black Lives for Black Lives Matter and gender-based violence. The players are wearing Black Lives Matter armbands today, and we also probably will be expecting some of the players to take a knee. They're in a semicircle around the main grandstand at Centurion. The Rain 3T tournament is the 3T cricket tournament brought to you by Rain is about to get underway as we wait for play to come through. Tempo, can you take us through the Mr. D kites while we wait while we go through this moment?
So the Mr. D kites are captained by Temba Bavuma. John Smart is also in the team with David Miller, and we also have the all-rounder Dwayne Pretorius and Lutos Pamela, and then we also have another Hendricks, Buren Hendricks, Heinrich Nokia, and then finally we have Ryan Rickleton.
Yes, Ryan Rickleton, the Lions batsman who's coming in through the Lions setup. He played for the Jersey Stars in the Mzansi Super League against Chris Gale. Opened with Chris Gale. Otto, can you take us through the final team, the one that's in the dugout?
And that would be the Takealot Eagles, am I right?
Yes.
So AB de Villiers is the captain there, and he's followed in the lineup here by Aiden Markram, Rassie van der Dussen, Kyle Verheyen, Andile Pethukwayo, Bjorn Fortuin, Junior Dala, Lungi Ngidi, coached by your favorite coach, Jeffrey Toyana.
Yes.
I must say he's one of my top ones as well. Oh, I see Mignon Dupree is coaching.
Yes, Mignon Dupree is also coaching she's coaching the Kingfishers today. And that's a very, very good thing because we also are for representation, gender representation, and that is it's a great cause. And Mignon has played over 200 matches for South African women, so she's got a lot of experience to provide everybody. So remember, this broadcast is brought to you by Rain. Hey, it's time to say goodbye to expensive data top-ups and start living the unlimited data life with Rain. Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as 250 Rand a month with no contracts. And if you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network.
That's correct. And hashtag Rain starts play.
Yes.
Best hashtag I've heard.
And that's one of my favorite ad campaigns. I'll definitely check them out because my current unlimited LTE provider throttles my usage after a certain number of gigs that I pull, and I work from home now, and you've got to have uncapped if you're working from home.
100%.
So definitely check them out. I think it's rain.co.za as well, right?
Rain.co.za.
That's it, yes.
Yes. So we are seeing a video montage worked with, assuming Supersport and Cricket South Africa on Black Lives Matter, going through what has happened throughout this 133 days that we have been off the air. We have missed sport dearly. We have missed cricket dearly. And now we have our first live sports event in South Africa. We know that the rugby guys are returning to non-contact training on Monday. 8 unions have been approved, and also the soccer is about to start on the 1st of August. Our domestic league is going to start. We've had international football in Europe. We've also have basketball, if you're an NBA fan, that's going to happen at the end of this month. So slowly but surely, as we learn to live in this COVID world, it is coming through. Now the players are out in the middle. The Kingfishers are out to bat. The two Kingfisher batsmen there. We've got 8 players each there. So we see that one match between 3 teams, 8 players. We've said that before. After the 7th wicket is lost, man stands. Maximum of 3 overs per bowler is allowed over both halves. So you are you're only allowed to bowl 3 overs essentially today. So you need to pick that very well. No balls apply, and we've got the. It's going to be interesting to see how the field placings are going to work with the 6 outfielders.
Yes.
And so we're expecting a lot of runs and very creative fielding position. Everyone seems to be on the boundary today. We've got a third man. We've got a back. We've got a man at a mid wicket. It was slightly squarish mid wicket. Obviously keeper.
Square leg umpire.
Yes, and then now we finally get the kneeling for Black Lives Matter. This is beautiful to see. And some beautiful guys. Black Lives Matter. It's period. That's what it should be. We can't fight it. We can't say much. And we've seen around the world, sportsmen have taken the knee and have done this protest. And it's as beautiful as it is here, seeing it happen in South Africa. It started by Lungi Ngidi when he said he would love the protest to do this. And we at 1WSR stand with Lungi Ngidi and say Black Lives Matter. As we wait on, what are you guys expecting? How many runs today?
Oof, the runs, I'm not sure. It's the first time we're going to see something like this ever. So
It's difficult to say.
Yeah.
So because of we know from our LMS experience that it's quite a nightmare to keep the ball away from the boundary if you only have 6 outfielders, and so the outfielders can expect to do a lot of running. I remember after the first game, it took me 2 days before I could walk properly again. But I'm not the world's fittest person. Here comes the first ball over the wicket, and it is played out to the cover boundary where it's fielded by 2 fielders converging on it, and that is the first runs for the Outsurance Kingfishers, scored by Riza Hendricks.
The fielder there was Luto Sapamla, the bowler Dwayne Pretorius,
Yes.
and the batsman to play that first ball for all you quiz people is Riza Hendricks, who scored the first runs of 3-team cricket. You have Yanaman Malan batting again, facing the next ball.
Over the wicket comes Dwayne Pretorius. Yanaman Malan drives this down off the outside edge to third man where it's fielded quite neatly, and they come through for 2. So that's 3 runs without the loss of a wicket after 2 balls for the Outsurance Kingfishers. And they head the 3-team cricket scorecard at the moment.
Yes, they do. We do think that we have some technical gremlins happening here, but we'll let you know as we go through. So that's the second run that's taken by Yanaman Malan there. Yanaman Malan and Riza Hendricks have an interesting record. They both lead the Mzansi Super League in runs total. Yes.
in history, in like the history of the whole tournament.
Yeah, well, we've only had 2 tournaments.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Tsepo, the next ball was a play and a miss outside the off stump. Rickleton picking it up. We're just sorting out some gremlins here. If you're hearing some feedback, like I am hearing, but let us keep that going.
I just also want to mention how interesting the bowling attack is also going to be, because you don't want to spend all your good bowlers. You don't want to use them all up front in the first half of the game, and then in the second half.
That one.
The same. Sorry.
Full and straight by Pretorius, played out by Yanaman Malan to a mid-on, and they go through for a single 4 runs now off the first 4 balls for the Outsurance Kingfishers, and 4 balls, 4 without loss is the score.
So the tactical decisions are what I'm really going to be looking at going through this game.
So you can see everyone's on the boundary. There's no close-in catches. Dwayne Pretorius in again.
Yeah, fended this outside the off stump down to third man, and they come through for another 2. That is 6 without loss for the Outsurance Kingfishers.
Yes, you live in the Outsurance region.
I live in the Centurion region. Yes, that is my city. I'm a bit further to the north, thank goodness, and out to the east in Silverton.
Okay.
It's a little town outside
Yes.
Pretoria. We're not really part of
So we've
Pretoria.
got a tweet. We'll be there at the end of the over. 6 so far in this over. I was thinking guys would want to at least get 12 and over, but it is the
Pretoria's
first over.
over the wicket on middle stump, fended out to the mid-on region, and they go through for a lazy single, 7 without loss. So we don't know if this is a good scoring rate yet.
So
we'll see.
what the captain has done for our insurance is that he's got a man at third man. He doesn't have a fine leg. He's got a square leg and a man at cow corner. He's also got a long off, right? And he's got a man on the cover boundary. That's 6, right? I do think you do need in the early overs, you might need that third man to be a little bit fly as in a catching role to try and tempt the fielder to try and ramp it over and get a miss hit. It's because obviously this field is large. And that's where the angles and the difficulty comes in as a captain in terms of stopping the fielding. We haven't seen a boundary yet, but that's a good thing. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but remember these guys have been like us in their houses, so that's also an important thing to have to note as well, that fitness levels might not be. John Smuts on the first over of spin.
And he's going around the wicket with the left-handed. Ball is played down to mid-on, who has to come in from the boundary, and they go through for 2. 9 without loss is the score. 1 ball gone in the second over.
Let's describe
and
the
now they're going to
colours.
come thick and fast. John Smuts is wearing the number 3 in the yellow outfit.
Yes,
of
very nice
the,
yellow. It's a Chennai Super Kings yellow.
Yes.
Chennai
That
Super
is a
Kings.
very yellow.
Yes.
Smuts again around the wicket, left-handed to Reza Hendricks, who plays this out to mid-wicket. They take another lazy single. The fielder runs in from the boundary, fields it back to the bowler. 10 without loss after 8 balls.
Well, starting off pretty defensively here from the yellow team is that's the Kites. Yes, the Mr. D Food Kites with everyone on the boundary.
John Smits again around the wicket. Janeman Malan plays this out to extra cover. They take a single. Long distances that the fielders need to run. As I said before, when you've only got 6 outfielders, it's quite a jog. It's quite a slog in the field.
Yes.
But these guys are fit. They're pros. I've seen on a lot of their Twitter feeds they've been keeping fit. John Smits around the wicket, left-handed to Reza Hendricks, plays this off his pads out to square leg boundary, fielded, and they take another single. The score moves on to 12 without loss.
Yes,
after 10
a very cautious start from the Kingfishers, knowing that they've only got 4 overs after these next 2 balls.
Yeah, and like Tsepo said, very defensive field. Left hand around the wicket comes John Smuts. Cuts this back to the cover boundary. Was that Janeman Malan? I'm not sure. We don't have the numbers here.
That's
That's another single, 13 without loss, and 1 ball to go in the second over.
Just keeping the scoreboard ticking here, and I think that's the name of the game this early into the match especially.
John Smuts around the wicket. Reza Hendricks dances down. Yes, so that previous shot was Janeman Malan. He bunts this out, blocks this out to a mid-wicket area where it's fielded, and they take another single, 14 without loss, another 7 runs in the second over. And Reza Hendricks is on 9 off 7 deliveries, Janeman Malan 5 off 5. Yeah, quite a cautious start.
Okay.
And
let me do the live. Oh, well.
yes, you go for it.
Okay. Hey, with unlimited data, you can do more of everything. You can watch YouTube non-stop and have never-ending video calls. Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts if you order your SIM from rain.co.za. Today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network.
And Pretorius is in again over the wicket. They play this one out to extra cover, take another single, 15 without loss. And it looks like Pretorius is going to bowl the second of his allotted 3 overs. And so the captain, Temba Bavuma, sticking with Dwayne Pretorius at this point. And it's going to be Janeman Malan facing Dwayne Pretorius, who comes in right arm over the wicket. This one is fuller and driven straight down to the ground to the mid-on region and over the boundary rope for a 4.
Yes, first 4 of the day. Let's see if we can jingle something up to commemorate the first 4 in a 3T cricket.
He almost took out his batting partner there, and Janneman Malan is facing Dwayne Pretorius full again on off stump. Big swing
Very,
to
very
the
good swing.
onside, and this one crashes into the boundary just behind square leg.
Yes.
Good shot there by Janneman Malan, manipulating the field. And I thought of something else, Paul, which is going to be a problem today, and that is retrieving the ball if it's hit for 6.
There's no one there. And also the rules from the ICC apply. But let's play a jingle. So essentially that ball went to a place where the captain can't put a fielder there. That's fine leg. And that's just going to be very tough for them today.
Yeah, Janneman Malan wipes this one. A straight drive up into the air and falls onto the ground beyond the boundary for the first 6 of the game. 29 now without loss. 2 overs and 4 balls gone. Run rate is 10.88, and Dwayne Pretorius' figures are looking horrible.
Yes, that
all
was
of
a
a
slow
sudden.
ball there, but it just didn't get it full enough. And Janneman Malan had enough time to get his bat underneath it and just put it over and get it over long on.
And this time, a wide outside off stump. Janneman Malan slashes at it with a perpendicular bat, goes down to the third man region. They take a single, score moves to 30 without loss after 2.5 overs. And Janneman Malan is liking Dwayne Pretorius' bowling at the moment.
So this over is a 1, a 4, a 4, a 6, and a 1. That's more like what we would expect from a 3T cricket.
Absolutely. With so many gaps in the field, let's see if Riza Hendricks can emulate this outside off stump. He tries to cut the ball and sort of cramped for room a little bit, and it just goes down the pitch for the first dot of the innings.
Nice little cutter there from Dwayne Pretorius. It was slower, and he rolled his fingers over it, and it just stuck in the pitch a little bit. And Riza couldn't use the pace of the ball to get it away. And so, yes, as you see, they're using the stands as the dugout, which is pretty cool. AB's team, the Take-A-Lot Eagles, will be batting second. AB de Villiers sporting an Affi's 100 centenary buff. There, Andy Lepethlugwa is very cold. He's got a blue blanket, there in the stands. As we see a young man, Lubabalo, Luto, Sipamla, one of the up-and-coming, the new brigade, who's played quite a few matches for the Proteas. Already he's played about 4 ODIs and 5 T20s. And so he'll be coming in from the pavilion end, replacing John Smart. So John's only had 1 over of bowling. And so Luto comes in to face up against Janneman Malan.
Very excited about Luto Sipamla.
He comes in over the wicket right-handed, and this one just catches a bit of an outside edge. Sipamla runs after it to the extra cover region, and the race was on between him and the man coming in from the boundary, only the single.
Yes.
Just to bring you up to speed there, on 2 overs, Dwayne Pretorius conceded 23 runs. Riza Hendricks on 10 off 9. Janneman Malan has shot up to 21 off 10 deliveries, 31 after 3.1 overs, and somebody needs a new bat. It's Janneman Malan. So he thinks he's taken the life out of that piece of willow.
So we've got some tweets. AB Muller saying, I'm a Take-A-Lot Eagles fan today. Who's with me? Please let us know on Twitter at OneWorldSR, 1WORLDSR, or on Guerrilla SA, GUERILLASA, where you're listening from and which team you're with.
Full on middle stump by Sipamla, and was that Riza Hendricks who played that out to the mid-wicket area. They take another lazy strolled single, 32 without loss.
So the other dimension to this game, Tipo, is that you can also get 2s and 3s here.
Yes, a lot more, because there's a lot more room on the field and a lot more gaps. So yeah, it's going to
And
be
the traditional tip and run is now in play.
Absolutely.
Keep the strike.
Yeah, just
Rotating the strike.
I think that's
Yes.
the repertoire of a lot of us here. And one will get behind the line
just
and
hit
run.
the ball. And Janneman Malan faces Sipamla, a wide outside off stump, and he pulls this down to mid-wicket for a single. And so, yes, as you rightly say, Tsepo, the space on the field, just keep the ball away from the wicket keeper and the bowler, and you can run two to what would be the inner ring in a one-day game. Yeah.
Basically, it's going to be an interesting chasing type of game as well. For the teams chasing,
Yes.
how they're going to go about it. They're going to be very aggressive from
Yeah.
the get-go like Yanaman Malan, or they're going to just, I don't want to say conservatively, but relatively slower to
Yeah.
keep the scoreboard ticking. So that's going to
Yeah.
be interesting.
Sepamla in over the wicket to Riza Hendricks, who also tries the pull shot, goes down to extra cover, mid-wicket, sorry, on the onside, and
seems
they
like-
take another single.
4 singles this over. Seems like Temba's got his angles very nicely, forcing the batsman down to leg side. You've got deep square leg. You've got a deep man at mid wicket on cow corner, and you've also got that long on. So you just want to force everyone to one side of the field, and I think that's the way you want to play, especially play to people, play to their weaknesses.
Yes.
And also use the boundaries with effect.
Just make sure that you're bowling to your field as well.
Absolutely. Sepamla in outside the off stump. This one also pulled by Yanaman Malan and neatly fielded on the boundary by Temba Bavuma, sliding there on the dry grass as we are in the middle of winter here in South Africa. So we're not used to seeing the guys diving around on the dry brown grass. And well done to Centurion Park for adhering to the water restrictions that we also have in place at the moment.
So we've got a tweet in. AB Muller says, excellent 5 balls by Luto Sepamla, ruined. Okay. We'll just wait for that. So he's got 5 off this over, 4 singles and 2.
Yanaman Malan faces the last ball here. Sepamla, 36 without loss. Sepamla over the wicket on leg stump. Whipped through the mid-wicket area, way up into the stands by Yanaman Malan, has scored 30 off just 13 deliveries. Riza Hendricks, you could say, anchoring the innings on 12 off 11, and Sepamla conceding 12 runs in his first over.
Yes, Riza Hendricks. Yanaman Malan with that massive 6 over cow corner down by the Casalaga stand there at Centurion, if you know, close to the net.
Yeah,
there.
that's into the nets there.
Yes.
Who's going to get the ball now?
Yeah, so AB Miller said, excellent 5 balls by Lucha Sepamla, ruined by a huge 6 from Yanaman Malan. Yanaman Malan's taking to this like a duck to water.
Yeah, no, definitely not being shy here to go to the boundary, not afraid of any of the bowlers, and really taking advantage of the gaps on the field that we mentioned earlier. But there was a tweet that was chatting about which teams were supporting, and I just want to know from you, gents, is there any team in particular that you're backing to win the first game?
Takealot Eagles for me.
And why is that?
Because they've got Markram in their team, and AB and Rassi, and Andile.
I see.
And Junior Dala is from the Titans, and then Lungi and Gidi, of course. So that has to be the team to beat. They've got the batters, they've got the bowlers. And we see Björn Hendricks replacing Dwayne Pretorius. He's left hand over the wicket to Riza Hendricks, who plays this one bounce on to the onside, mid-on to the fielder there, and they'll take a single, 43 without loss.
And Riza Hendricks seems to be finding the fielders on a regular basis here, not really getting a lot of purchase on his shots and finding the gaps.
Yes, we must apologize. We're just having a lot of gremlins coming in today. As you know, 2020. If 2020 was a broadcast, it would start like this. But we'll get it right. We believe that things will get better. Björn Hendricks in to Yanaman Malan, who drives this one to the extra cover where Temba Bavuma is on the boundary there at extra cover for a single. He's on 31 for 14. Riza Hendricks 13 off 12. If there ever were 2 men you'd love to start to open the batting for the Proteas on the T20 side, it would be these 2. But remember, we've also got many other talents that will be on show today. Aidan Markram, Ryan Rickleton, Temba Bavuma.
Björn Hendricks over the wicket and across the right-handed. Riza Hendricks full and wide. Riza slashes at it, but he couldn't get a bat to it. Another dot. That's the second dot of the innings. And the score stays on 44 without loss.
Okay.
Tune in is working.
Yes,
we've got the word in.
Woi pom pom. Tune in is live and working. So we're live on Tune In. We've got on Tune In at Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. We're also at 1WSR.com. Please follow us on Twitter at OneWorldSR. We're also live on YouTube if you want to see myself and Otto right now in the thing at One World Sports Radio.
Björn Hendricks left arm over the wicket, driven straight as a die back to the over the bowler's head into the stands, and it's a 4 by Björn Hendricks. He moves on to 17 or 14.
That's a bang of a jingle, I must say. Something about the counts and rapping about 4. But yes, Reza Hendricks just stepping across the stumps and spanking this right over the umpire.
And opening that front foot and giving himself a lot of room to pick up the left-hander over the wicket there.
48 without loss. Björn Hendricks over the wicket, tries the one going across again, reaches for it as Reza Hendricks goes down to the third man region. They're coming through for a second and they'll make it easily at the end. The throw there from the boundary, almost beating the batsman running the 2.
That was Luto Supamla with the throw. The score goes up to 50. Yes, the run rate right now is 10.34. I think a winning run rate today could be something closer to above 12.
I would say that would be just about right. I would actually say I'd go for 14, 15 and over. Because you would expect 10, 12 in a T20, and Björn Hendricks goes in again. Reza Hendricks slashes this one, drops short of the fielder, and they're coming back for 2. Is he there? No, it looks like he's run out.
Could be a run out. Could be Ryan Rickleton with the gloves there, getting the ball. It was a wayward throw from Temba, and Rickleton had to dive and throw the ball at the stumps. He did manage to get a bail off. So the question is, did Reza make it in?
Look, the players aren't seeming too up in arms, not really excited about
this. This entire play is all lines, by the way.
All lines.
Björn the bowler, Temba the fielder, Reza the batsman, and the wicketkeeper is Ryan Rickleton.
He's way out.
Temba with the incredible with the incredible hands to his wicketkeeper at the lines, and he's...
Oh, that's out.
Yes, that is out.
Definitely out. First wicket down, 51 for 1. 5 overs gone. Reza Hendricks, 20 of 16 balls.
As you were saying.
And also, as the next batsman comes in, that's Faf du Plessis. Hey, all data works the same, no matter how much you pay. So why not start saving today with Rain? Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. If you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network.
The first ball there by Andrich Nortje over the wicket to Janneman Malan. A wild slog by Janneman Malan outside off stump, and they don't take a single. Goes through to the keeper. No run. Captain Fantastic has joined Janneman Malan at the crease after a vicious 2-run attempted there. Very risky 2 runs there, and Temba Bavuma making them pay for that mistake with a good throw, and the keeper also good glove work there. Andrich Nortje outside off stump. Janneman Malan drives this to extra cover where he's caught, and
David
he's
Miller.
out. 31 or 15. Janneman Malan is out, caught by David Miller. That's where you want David Miller to be standing if he's fielding for your team. And as we listen to a jingle, are we going to get one? We keep talking about... There we go. Just a little bit outside half of the bat there. Sort of skewed over to the extra cover.
It was
easily caught.
It was Longwolf who came around. And he picked it up
yes.
very nicely. That was David Miller there. He's a very good fielder. Great field placing from Temba Bavuma. Janneman Malan, 31 off of 16 balls. And so the next batsman in is for the Kingfishers.
That should be...
It's Gerald Kutsia. The man, he's the youngest man in today's game. He was born in October 2000.
And this one by Andrich Herbst, just dotted down to point there by Faf du Plessis. And they go through for a single, 52 for 2 after 5.3 overs. Andrich Nortje, sorry. I'm getting my Andrichs mixed up.
Yes, so
it's been a while, sorry.
Yeah, Durban Oak says, I am getting more excited than normal. Guys, it's cricket on radio, so we need to get there. And then also Ian Turner saying, good to hear the guys in action. Been a while, and Paul Otto Tsepo keep us up to date, keeping us up to date. So thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Hashtag 3Team Cricket.
So Norkia is in over the wicket, wide outside off stump, and Gerald Kutsia tries to work this past the wicket keeper. That's also a tactic we see in LMS.
Yes.
Just get something on the ball
And guide
because
it
they
down.
are and guide it down fine past the wicket keeper because there will almost never be a slip in when you only have 6 fielders apart from the wicket keeper and the
And
bowler.
you've got that third man back on the boundary anyway.
And the third man has to be, like you said, he's got to be quite square because he's got to cover a lot of ground. He's got to cover third man fine all the way to point, almost.
So, 2 more balls left in this innings.
Norkia over the wicket. This time he gets it right, nice and fine, past the wicket keeper, easy 4.
And it hits the rain starts play board.
Hashtag rain starts play. Thank you for the rain. Thank you, rain.
Well, I think you guys need rain in Centurion by the looks of the field.
That's winter in Pretoria, my friend. It's cold. It's been cold and dry. And we had a little bit of winter rain with the last cold front, but these past 2 that have gone past have
interesting
been dry.
that Heinrich Klaassen hasn't brought himself in and allowed Joe Kutsia to come in for these final 2 balls, knowing how well Heinrich Klaassen hit a long ball earlier on this year in the ODIs.
Yeah, maybe he's saving himself for the second half.
Yeah, Norkia in again. This one deflects off the inside edge, just past the wickets to the keeper, and they won't take a run there. And it's wicket 1.4 in this over so far.
And so
6
that
overs
brings-
gone, 56 for 2.
That brings the end of the Kingfishers' first innings. So now we're going to have a quick interchange. It looks as though the Kingfishers will bowl to the Take-A-Lot Eagles as the Kites sit out in the dugout and get their pads on ready. So now the players are putting on their masks to go and sit down in the dugout. 56 for first innings total. Where do you think the Kingfishers will end after after 18 overs?
It's a good start, but I think I'm going to go with 14 runs and over as a par score in this format, given the quality of the players. Okay,
Well,
you've got the quality of the bowlers as well, but you've got 3 less fielders on the field.
Well,
so
it just got to 11, just under 12. So it's a good start.
It's
for
a
the
good
first
start.
It is an exhibition.
We'll
Chris TB saying on Twitter, Rickleton showing us what Gabriel should have done yesterday. Shannon Gabriel. Look, guys, he's had a whole lot of bowling. He came back from an injury. And
Stiff as well.
yeah, we also don't know how the bodies of the bowlers are going to work out, and that was the big question, and we saw it first up on day 1. AB Muller saying India is going to come alive in an over once AB de Villiers comes to the wicket. Q adds like mad. We will do that. The question for that at AB's team is that it looks as though you've got Aiden Markram, you've got Rassie van der Dis, you've got Kyle Verreynne. Does AB open the batting?
I believe
With
he's still in
Aiden?
the dugouts at the moment. I just saw he's still sitting there while the 2 batsmen are outside. I didn't see who the batsmen were, but I don't think AB's opening.
Yes. So far, the 6 outfielders, how has that worked for you guys?
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of different tactics in the LMS games that I've played.
Yeah, last
Some
one stands.
captains, as you mentioned, they do put a fielding restriction in LMS where you're only allowed a certain number of fielders each side of the field. So you've got to split your field 3-3, which I assume might be a rule here as well. But the point is that you want to keep the balls full and force the batsman to play straight.
Yes.
So that you can cover the long on, long off, extra cover, mid-wicket boundaries. As soon as you've got balls going past the wicket keeper, it's a 4.
Yeah.
It's almost a certain
If you play
4.
it square.
Yes.
If you're going to play it square.
And so by bowling, keeping the bowling full, forcing the batsman to either go over for a 6 or like we've mentioned before, keep the ball on the ground near the wicket to get a 2 or a 3 as the people have to run 30, 40 meters from the boundary to get to a ball that's close to the wicket. And we've seen some captains in the LMS. We keep on talking about LMS because it's also only 8 players in a team, only 6 fielders. And sometimes the captains do put fielders in close on the offside, keep the ball wide outside off to try and get the wicket. So I'll be interested to see if any of the captains will be brave enough to try that
So bring your cover fielder in slightly.
Yes.
Or to either a point.
Yeah, we've
region,
seen catching
a
mid-
backward point or
Yeah.
some sort of a extra cover to force him to drive
Exactly.
and try and expose the space behind the fielder.
So you're getting him in the game aggressively, and you're also protecting like those quick singles that just come from the one end. So we'll have to see the different tactics from the different captains, but I do want to see a few more aggressive field placements. You know, looking for quick wickets, trying to keep the score low by getting the wickets up. You know.
Yes, so Durban Oak asks how many matches are there today. AB Muller replies, 1 match, 2 halves. And he's got a laughing emoji. And then he says they will all went off after 6 overs. So that's
So 2 halves of 18.
yes.
3 teams batting in the first half, 6 overs each, and 3 teams batting in the second half against the bowling attack that they haven't faced.
It's like you have to do so much math just to keep up with how
And
the
the
game is
most-
played.
Most runs win. First, highest runs gold, second silver, third is bronze.
And we're seeing Tando and Sinu warming up there. Very exciting prospect from. I remember seeing him in the Under-19 World Cup. Well, I think it was not last year's one, but an edition before that. Very excited to see him playing with the big boys. Keen to see the young guns.
Yeah.
So
So
we could see
we saw an over of spin, right? And John Smith seemingly had a
relatively economical.
yes.
Yeah.
Would you want to see more spin? Because I think that would bring in the more aggressive field placings, you know, because you can have a lot of the fielders down the leg side because everyone wants to sweep, and then you can have guys catching on the offside or even a slip in case there's an edge. But it obviously depends on the pace in which the spinner is going to bowl, if he's going to dart them in or if he's going to give them a little bit of flight to allow the ball to move, you know. But even then, we will see. I'm excited to see the spinners because I think spinners in this format are going to be very, very key.
They're going to be the game changers, going to do what I like to think Imran Zahid did for us for many years. They just sort of changed the pace of the game, changed the whole momentum, and from there, you're either building up pressure or you're taking wickets. So maybe even open with the spinner now.
So let's see what Reeza's going to do. Looks like he is going to bowl himself.
Open the bowling.
Yes, right
Still
arm.
wearing
No,
his
he's going to buy a cheap over here for himself, it looks like. He's going to try and we've seen this tactic before in ODIs, in T20s, where the spinner opens, quickly get through an over, try and get away with a 5 or a 4 run over at the start.
I would have actually loved for him to start with Shamsi because I think Shamsi is just going to be incredible. But anyway, we've got that going. Heino Klaassen at the back behind the stumps. You've got Aiden Markram opening the batting here. This is going to be some sort of an audition for him for the T20 World Cup. He hasn't played a lot of T20s for South Africa. He's only played 2. So
He's joined.
to keep himself in the... Because, yes, it's situational cricket, I think, for the selectors. So how they handle certain situations. Even though obviously the fielding restrictions are in the batsman's favour. Aludin Pelaka, the umpire on the one side, and Bongani Jele is the other umpire. We've got the signal to say, Reza, you can bowl.
Rain starts play.
Reza coming in over the wicket. Markram leg glances this too long on for a single.
And
This is
another
the
2000. In South Africa, we call them Ama 2000.
Mhm.
That's
Oh,
Tando
yes.
and Tini. He
Yes.
fielded that ball, the second Ama 2000 for today.
I just didn't know what you were saying. I was like, I'm a 2000. Is it 2000 runs? But yes, we're talking about.
I
that
felt
age.
so old, guys. I felt so old.
Reza Hendricks again for the second ball to Rassie van der Dussen, and he drives this on the offside straight to a deep cover once again for another single. And it looks like the tactic of bowling himself early to keep the runs down.
And we've already started getting some repair work to Faf's fingers.
Is it Faf?
He hasn't
it
even
looks like
fielded
Faf.
yet.
Faf's the normal. He should be fielding.
He's already hurt himself. This one, yes, out to point. They take 2 and 4 without loss after 3 balls. So that
Yes.
was Aiden Markram scoring the 2 there.
So Chris TB says, as far as I can tell, neither Crick Buzz nor Crick Info have got the scorecard up. Probably too much work to rework their whole system to accommodate 3 teams.
That
Yeah.
makes sense. Reza Hendricks once again over the wickets. This one very close to off stump, and this one was sliced very square by Aiden Markham.
Yes, Gerald could see the
runs.
fielder there at the edge. So it's 6 off this over from Ariza Hendricks. Faf is off this, is on the side of the field. So the question is, who's his replacement? Because
No, he's in the Kingfishers.
he,
Yeah, so he should be.
And that's
He should be
Reece
out
Hendricks
there.
Once again, just outside the off stump. This one is played straight to a 45-degree third man. Once again for another single. Scoreboard ticking relatively
Yes,
slow. 7 for 0.
the pace of that ball from Reza Hendricks is very crucial. It died as it got to the batsman. And also you want to force the batsman to use his own power.
Once again, last ball of the over. Rassie van Dussen tries to reverse sweep this one to no avail. And that is the first over for 7. 7 for 0 are the Take-A-Lot Eagles.
That's correct. Markram 6 off 4 and Van der Dussen 1 off 2 deliveries. And so shaky, slow start here by the Take-A-Lot Eagles.
Well, it was a much better start than the Kingfishers. The Kingfishers had
Seven.
five in the first over.
5 or 6, yeah,
Yeah.
they were going at a runner ball, but I think the choice of shot there, the picking out the fielders, we'll have to wait and see if Rassie and Aiden can step it up before they lose their wickets cheaply. And thanks a lot to #RainStartsPlay. #Rain
And
is
this
our sponsor
something
for the
we
day.
all want to see. Glenton Steedman. Everyone says he could replace Vernon Philander bowling his first over in 3T cricket.
Right over the right arm over the wicket, right outside the off stump, and it was an attempted cut by Markham, but that one goes straight to long off for a single.
Robin Peterson says that he's probably one of the best bowlers he's had last season at the Warriors. He had an incredible season last year in 4-day cricket. Very, very accurate, and he can bowl that channel, that infamous.
Vernon channel.
Yes.
And Steedman comes into the attack once again. This one a bit close to the stumps, and this one is played onto the leg side into the the mid-wicket region for 2 runs. The Eagles sitting on 10 for 0 after 1.2.
Yes, 10 without loss after 8 balls. Aiden Markham, who is also a teammate of mine. Yes, in the lockdown sports quiz.
Team Silver.
Team Silver, 2 Team Silver members here. But
Silverback Gorillas. Okay, I'm gonna love and leave you. Coach Dave is coming in and
Yes.
replacing me.
Yes, we'll get him in there quickly. Yeah, Lungi is holding a cricket ball on the side, getting ready to.
His third ball, and this one picked up. This one going for 4 onto the cover side. A very good shot from Rassie van der Dussen for the 4 runs there.
As I look for the jingles.
Jingle, 4 runs.
Okay. It's playing out of the.
It's not coming through the.
It's not coming through the speakers. So
But you know that it's 4 runs. It's
Yeah.
a very good shot from Rassie van der Dussen. A cover drive, lifted a bit of flight initially, but there's no danger from the inside. And as Steedman comes for his 4th ball of the over, this one is played onto the leg side for a short single. Eagles sitting on 15 for 0 after 1.4 overs, and the scoreboard isn't really flying, really zooming at the moment. We're expecting a few more runs, if not now, at least in the second half, from the Take-A-Lot Eagles. But there's still a lot of time in this game.
well, in this innings, we've
this
got
inning.
4 overs and 2 balls. Steedman's first over is for 8. So he's done so far well in the grander scheme of things, thinking that the last innings went for 11 runs and over.
And Steedman once again, this one closer to the leg stump, and it was just inside edge from Aiden Markham after a big swing, straight to a deep square leg for a single. Yeah, the scoreboard isn't ticking here, it's not zooming exactly, but as I said, a lot of time, and who knows, maybe they'll find the middle of the bat very soon. You'd hope so, either that or they go out for someone else to sort of get things moving.
Yes, essentially that's it. You want to create some sort of a momentum to a crescendo. Oh, what a ball!
Steedman dislodges the off stump. That Vernon channel that we're talking about, if you miss, I hit, and he's got his first victory.
And he puts it in full block hole, and it was just perfect.
Beautiful bowling, textbook stuff.
What do you think of
Dave,
that,
welcome.
Welcome and thank you all for having me. This is weird. This is weird. It's like we want to watch cricket, but this is. I mean, is this really cricket? Is this more than just a fun knockabout? I don't know. It's interesting to see how we go about here. But Steerman has absolutely castled Rassie van der Dussen there.
No, it's actually not Rassie. It's Aiden. And it's the same.
Look like Rassie van der Dussen walking away.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Oh, is it Rassie?
Bush
Oh,
putting
okay.
1,000, the victim there. Gone
okay.
for 8 from 6.
Well, they're all dressed
133
in blue.
strike. Yeah.
I wouldn't say they
They're
look
all
like
the same
Smurfs,
team.
but yeah. So okay, so Rassie van der Dussen is out for 8 runs off of his seemingly 6 balls, and that brings in the superstar, the man who this team is named after,
The captain himself, Captain
Wonder Boy.
the Wonder Boy.
AB de Villiers.
Yes.
36 years of age.
He's a talkie now, hey?
Ah.
Faf is also 36. I wouldn't think you'd
Oh,
call Faf.
we're both talkies, bro.
Okay. This broadcast is brought to you by Rain. I wouldn't say that Wicked was brought to you by Rain, but you could say so. And
Got a
in
rain
this-
in the scoring rate there.
Well, yeah, Glenton Steelman rained in on AB's Eagles' parade.
There we go.
Yes. So Tabrez Shamsi going to be taking over from Reza Hendricks at the Henops River End for the 3rd over of this innings.
Sporting some green shoes, looking like a green machine, left arm over the wickets. And this one is spanked square of the boundary for 4 runs. What a shot by Aiden Markram.
Yes, Aiden Markham with a very good square cut there, Dave, reminiscent of him wearing the whites for South Africa.
Absolutely, and we all know that red ball cricket is king, but definitely something that you would love to see him playing in the all whites.
True, definitely. He's here at his hometown Centurion. So we're hoping for a hometown hero performance here. Tabrez Shamsi, left arm over. This one is just chipped on the leg side, straight to long on for a single.
You guys were talking a little bit earlier about spinners playing a role, and I think that's, I suppose, the case with every kind of winter cricket, because obviously the decks are a lot drier, a lot slower, and will take a lot more turn. I think that's going to be the key is pace control from both quickies and the spinners, and I think variety balls are going to be the order of the day.
Once again, Tabrez Shamsi. This one played by AB de Villiers straight to long on for a single. It was a drive there.
He just gets on the back foot there and punches it down the ground. AB de Villiers is somewhat of an anomaly. It seems that as a domestic cricketer, incredible. But for South Africa, we'd like him to, if he does come back.
Tabrez Shamsi once again. This one played straight back at the bowler by Aiden Markham for no run.
If he comes back for the South African team in a proverbial World T20, if it happens, maybe it gets postponed to next year like the Olympic Games, will he be the same AB de Villiers that we know, or will he be a Lionel Messi where brilliant at club level and international?
Tabrez Shamsi giving this one a bit of flight, pitched very full, and this one played by Aiden Markham straight to long off, once again just for a single, and the Eagles are sitting on 23 for 1 after 2.5 overs.
One ball
Yes,
remaining in
so
the third.
just replying to Leah, who asked that it would be very easier if we were on YouTube, to let her know that we are on YouTube. I'm tweeting the link to our YouTube channel. We are live there. Please do subscribe.
Oh,
and
wobble.
follow.
Over the over. This one just beats AB de Villiers' blade, and there's no run there. That's 3 overs down, 23 for 1.
Got some tweets here. Durban Oak says, all this sanitizing of hands, they're going to get very dry hands. When I go shopping, sanitizing my hand at every shop rips all the oil out of them. Wish they'd make a combined sanitizer hand cream. Yes, that's the thing, and Tep was reminded to sanitize.
Whenever I see someone sanitize their hands, it's like when they yawn. You just feel like, okay, that's not a bad idea. I should get my hands sanitized as well. But yes, going to malls has been absolutely, oh wow, my hands are just so dry.
Here's another one that
Yes.
we'd like to see. Gerald Kutsia.
Yeah, I'd like to see how he goes here.
I'm a
It's
2000.
one of those youngsters coming through the ranks. He performed well in that S under 19 squad that recently played the World Cup.
Only played 2 games though.
But he performed. That's the
Yes.
problem. And he bowls wheels. Gents, watch him here as he lets go of the ball. It's
Here comes Gerald Kutsia, right arm over the wicket, just outside the stump. And this one is spanked. Square of the boundary by Aiden Markram on the offside.
That
for 4
shot,
runs.
that shot meant business. Aiden is angry today.
Yo,
I don't know.
21%.
I don't know what's going on, but Aiden is out to play. But
Thrash there.
it was the pace. The man.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
gun quick.
He,
Gun
he
quick.
is wheels. Absolutely wheels.
140 k's.
And I think that's the good thing about this game is that you can throw your hands at it with relative safety because there's so many gaps in the field. I mean, if you look at that field, there's not much there from a point, a square of the wicket. Everyone's on the boundary.
Once again, Kutsia comes in.
Oh, a ball.
Markram tries to give
A ball.
himself some room, and Kutsia sees it. Ball's a bit wide of the wicket for no run.
That was back of a length there, and Gerald went straight on off stump line, back of a length, or slightly wider there. He actually dragged it slightly wider, as you saw Aiden give himself room. So that's a very good from Gerald.
Look where Harry Klassen is taking that into the chest, and he's jumping to try and
Absorb the bullet there. Lovely to see here from the
Yes,
young fast
27
bowler.
for 1, the Eagles are.
Current rates at 8.1. Kutsia, this one a bit close
Slower
to the
ball.
stumps. Played on the leg side by Aiden Markram for 1 run.
Yes, singles. If you get a single out of a ball, that's a win here.
Just keep the scoreboard ticking, yeah?
And Leah says, "Nice, subscribed." That's what we want to do.
Nice, Leah.
Subscribe, yes, Leah.
Yes.
Yes,
So
Leah.
we're gonna also have a lot more content sports wise. So if you guys have show ideas, please do let us know. This world has forced us onto a YouTube area, so we can do that wherever you are in the world. We can
Kutsia
bring
to
it.
end
in.
is
what a
a
ball.
very nice Yorker, and this one is squeezed out to the leg side for 1 run.
Yes, a very good Yorker length ball there. The one person I'm missing today, and it's very sad he's not here because his father passed away earlier this week, is Sanda Magala. That man can bowl Yorker length balls
Absolutely.
every time.
And somebody we need in South African cricket desperately because we kind of lack that death bowling prowess that we used to.
Yeah, but Gerald Kutsia so
Yes.
far 6 runs or 4 balls. Very good return for the young man.
Not very bad at all. Eagles sitting on 29 for 1. As Kutsia comes in, Aiden Markram tries to give himself room.
Smart
but,
there by
well
Markram.
bowled once again by Kutsia. And this one is
Yes.
played onto the offside for 1 run.
Yes, and so Dave, in terms of the fielding, right, you can't have your third man fine. You must always have him all your fielding placings must be square.
Yeah.
To try and cover as most ground, because with this, you get punished.
Absolutely, we saw that with the first delivery of the over. It went backward of point and very fine raced away. You've got to bowl very full, very straight. You've got to ask him to hit straight down the ground, or if like he's done there, step to the onside to give yourself room to hit through the offside rather.
Kutsia for his last ball of the over.
Yeah,
Once
nice
again,
and
a
full.
Yorker length. And this one is played too long on for 1 run. Eagles
11.
sitting- for 11.
No, it's 11 runs off that over. Eagles are on 32.
that is the most intelligent over I've seen bowled from a youngster in a long time. You see a guy like Gerald Kutsia could easily have come into this environment and thought, wow, I'm out of my element here. I'm not going to be the guy who's going to come in and change the game. But a 9-run over in this format, I think, is golden. And I think if he can repeat it, all the money to him, because I think the ability to bowl sensibly in a big environment, a big platform. I mean, at the start of the year, he's playing SA under-19 cricket. Now he's bowling to AB de Villiers, arguably one of
We've
South
got
Africa's
some
better
tweets here.
cricketers.
AB Muller saying, "What a ball, Glenton Steelman for the Proteas." I second that, AB.
Yes.
I second that a lot. I love Glenton Steelman. I think last year he bowled very well. He only bowled 1 day against the English team in Benoni. And he didn't take any wickets, but he showed us the skills that he had, and he's a very, very good bowler.
Shamsi into the attack for the 5th ball of the over, and Markram smashes this on the onside. 6 runs. What a swing! It was just in the zone.
Oh yes, so
there are ball fetches there.
yes, we've got Rain ball fetches with a net.
Yes, and a helmet as well. You
And
know,
a
you got to be.
helmet. Rain did not think of anything. He thought of everything today. That is very cool. They're wearing gloves, and they're wearing shorts, which is very
With like
tough.
a
It's
like a
very potent.
lacrosse net almost that you've got to catch it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, and this one.
Oh, beautiful.
That is
Shamsi, this one was bowled onto the leg side, and Markram went across his stumps and just guided this past the keeper. And I think he might even get himself 3 runs here.
Glenton Steelman was at a conventional square leg. He had to run all the way
It's a
around
fine leg, yeah.
to very fine leg to get that ball.
Even had to run for that one.
So, yeah,
very well played by Mark.
but that's very, very clever batting. 31 off 17. Markham now is tied with Yanaman Malan as the highest
Top
run
runs
scorer
for the
in
day.
3T cricket, 3-team cricket. So it's a records day today. So gents, watch out for them.
We're seeing also Tariq Shamsi as he comes into attack. Bowls this one a lot
Catch me.
fuller.
Ah.
De Villiers plays this, squeezes this onto the offside too long off. If you look at Shamsi's haircut, he has a Black Lives Matter BLM on his left-hand side. So, first of all, I want to know, where's this man getting his haircut? I also want to get my haircut. But, yeah, once again, just seeing the creative ways that Black Lives Matter is getting representation in these games.
And we're loving it. I think for me, that's what we wanted. That's the show of force we wanted, especially from the players. And we are so happy that they took the knee, that they are showing their support in this way.
Tariq Shamsi for his fourth ball. And this one, once again...
Is it going to find a net?
Oh, no net, but it's 6 runs once again for Aiden Markham. He's having a ball in the middle there. And the Eagles sitting on 48 for 1.
I think the important thing here for those who are perhaps connoisseurs of the game and see this as something, there's merit to it, because I do think that there is merit to this, because obviously the guys, besides the financial side of things, I think the guys playing at some level is incredibly valuable. I think those who have seen, who are watching this, you'll see a lot of things that you would never see. I mean, we saw the wicketkeeper kind of sitting at a leg slip position there. The fielding is rusty at best. The lines and lengths from the guys is not where it should be. But I think people need to understand that it's going to be a slow process getting back to the level that we were pre-lockdown.
Shamsi coming into the attack. Fourth ball, this one ball towards the legs, and this one is clipped onto the leg side for 1 run. And yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Also, it's going to be interesting to see how the players adapt, the different shots that
Yes,
they play.
as the day goes on as well.
Exactly, and we're also seeing how Heinrich Klaassen, for example, right now is standing leg side of the batsman, very leg side.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
leg slip, really.
6-3-1. That's 10. 17 off this over from Shamsi with 1 ball remaining.
He's bowling
AB
too
de
short.
Villiers is on 3 or 4. Aiden Markham, 38 of 19.
Last ball of the over for Shamsi. Double steps, played straight down
4.
the ground. Looks like it's going to be 4 runs once again. And this is AB de Villiers. Shamsi having quite an expensive over. How much is that?
21.
21.
We
Yes.
can't afford overs, it's so expensive. This
And
is
so that
like
50s
financially difficult time for everyone. He's giving away pies like that. Come on.
Oh, that was nearly a catch there on the hip by Shamsi.
See
but
the
it was-
difference between trying to catch and actually getting out the way. There's the rust I'm talking
Yes.
about.
So the 56 for 2 that the Kingfishers set out in the first 6 overs is under pressure with the Eagles at 53 for 1. We're going to have a commentary change while Dave takes us through for
Yeah,
ball
the
by
final
ball
over.
here. And the final over, we're hoping to see Tando and Tini
Yes.
right now. Another 2000.
It's so difficult, Mpo. You must imagine, I mean, we spoke about Gerald Kutsia being a youngster coming into the setup. Now, Tando Ntini is a youngster, and he's, a son of a legend, and even if he performs here, he's always going to be sitting in his father's shadow. And it's not like he's been picked because of his father's prowess. He is a quality cricketer. I think it's just going to be something for him to step up and above who the shadow of his father, because I mean his father is a great
And
within South
here
African
he
cricket.
is, Masim Putando. That is his full name, Tando Ntini, getting ready to bowl his first over in 3T cricket.
Right arm over the wicket. He passes the umpire now. Yorker length, and it's squeezed out into the deep cover region. Collected nicely there, calmly by Reza Hendrickson. He just returns that in. Sensible stuff there from Tando to start. And you are listening to 1WSR.com.
And we have a great shot of Tando's father, who's been in the news lately. He's explaining to us how he experienced the racism, subtle racism in the Proteas team early on in his playing career, not even early on, throughout his playing career. He's telling us that when he used to run to the stadium, wasn't for fitness sakes, he was running away from being othered. And that's
Tini in again, and it's a fuller delivery. This time it's towards leg stump. Got AB de Villiers falling over a little bit there, but only get one from
and
his
he
lefty
leaves
shoe
the
behind.
boot.
If I was Sabre Shamsi, I'd run up and,
Call it.
get it. Yeah.
But very good balls from Tandantini.
Yes.
Yorker length, something we want to see, because essentially if you want to go to the World Cup in Australia, which hasn't been postponed yet,
Yeah.
you also want to see things like this. Block hole balls, get AB de Villiers on his toes, getting him losing his boot.
He's running so quickly, he's run out of his shoes there.
He
And,
literally run himself out of his left shoe. As we see there,
Brilliant
just
stuff.
He was pressing down on that back leg, and Ntini gets
Fist bump there from Ntini to Eddie Villas. Tandantini in again, and it's a back of a length delivery. It's cut
beautiful
out.
ball.
The chance for a run out. Oh, my word. That was incredible. So what had happened is that there was a slower back of a length delivery. It had been squeezed out at the feet of Aiden Markram, and in the ensuing chaos there, a run out was narrowly missed there by
that was
Ntini.
such a good ball from Ntini. Great length.
Ball got
There.
stuck there in the pads of Aiden Markram, and Ntini tries to dive and scoop the ball onto the wickets, but AB de Villiers is right there with him, and I think he would have made his ground.
Not bad for a 36-year-old.
By AB.
Not bad for AB to
Yeah.
keep up with the youngster there who was in his follow-through as well.
I know.
Or the youngster needs to put on his skates. That's the question. Tini in again, and it's a back of a length one. This one's
That's a
skied
wicket.
right
That's a
in the
wicket.
air.
That has to
Is
be
there a
wicket.
man under it? The camera's not quite following what's going on. They're going to run here, and it looks like there's a drop chance there as Tandantini gets off the
had to
floor.
chase the ball.
Overthrows, and these two seem to be collecting 3 runs, and they do. So 2 balls remaining in the over.
If you're confused about what exactly happened there, so are we, because the camera did not follow the ball as it came
Hey,
down.
look, the cameraman are also rusty.
Yes. So the ball goes almost.
And they show us the replay of them missing it again. That's genius.
There's a little reflection in the background, which I think that the cameraman.
Ah,
thought that
there we
was
go.
the ball.
Yeah, so-
He was running back, trying to catch the ball over his right shoulder, and it came down
he's
through
dropped
his
it.
hands.
Oh.
There's the
Just
rust.
missed
There's the
everything
rust we're
that
talking
stuff.
about. Ntini in again, and nice and full. He's been scooped in, up and over. And will that carry? No.
Oh, what a catch on the boundary
Oh,
there.
Rassi van der Dissen with the juggling act. We're not
That was
actually
Reza
sure. I
Hendricks.
don't think he's sure.
He's not
Sorry,
sure if
Reza
he
Hendricks,
caught it.
rather.
He's on the boundary. He was hopping back into the field of play, threw the ball into the air. I think he's signaling there that he's not sure if he actually caught the ball. He's saying, no, I don't know. So they'll have to
So
go
we're going back upstairs. So yeah, in the moment when they go back upstairs, hey, you
Soft
know,
signal is out from
life's
Bongani
too
Chile.
short for bad internet. It's time to upgrade to faster 5G with Rain. Rain's got the widest 5G coverage in SA. Choose unlimited 5G from little as $6.99 a month, with no contracts and a free to use 5G router available in Cape Town and Gauteng with free delivery from rain.co.za. Rain, your unlimited data network.
And isn't that what we all need at the moment? We're all at home,
Definitely going to check
stuck
that
out, stuck, and we can't do
Yeah.
anything about it.
I
Yes.
get throttled about halfway through the month.
So we're checking the front foot is fine, seemingly. He looks like he's
Nice
behind the
action
line.
there. Nice action there. Right, soft signal was out from Bongani Chile.
Catch
So-
from Reza. He
Ye-
comes out into the
No,
outside of the boundaries
No,
and
he
is-
stepped outside the field of play and then he hasn't stepped back in.
Yeah,
That's
and
not
so
out.
that's not out. But we've got tweets. AB Muller says Tando and Tini is just fire, 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 fire. Proteus call imminent. Hashtag 3-team cricket. Hashtag Solidarity Cup at One World SR. Do
All the
tweet in to us,
hashtags.
let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah, let's have a look here again. So his feet, you'd probably say, are still
actually
planted.
there.
Around
He's still-
on the other side of the boundary as he caught the ball, and then his feet go up in the air, and he goes back into the field of play.
His groundsman's not going to be happy with him with spikes on the covers there.
This is what Makai said to Graham.
And the groundsman should have put the cover somewhere else.
So a conversation between Makai and Graham in commentary.
Uh-huh.
Makai asked Graham, will you look after him? Tando, essentially.
Mhm.
Grammy. And Smith said, definitely.
Hmm.
Well, he better do better than what he did to his father.
Yeah, he didn't-
That was just unbelievable to hear yesterday. Third umpire Spele Legaza confirming that it is not out. And so 59 for 1, 3 runs ahead of the Kingfisher score. Aiden Markham will essentially get a 6 there.
Yes.
Should get a 6
yeah.
there. So that will take his total to 46, 4 runs away from the first 3T cricket 50. Tando and Tini's over seemingly some very good bowling, but he's going for runs here. With so far, it's 12 runs with 2 balls remaining as we wait for the decision to be confirmed.
Yeah, we're just waiting, and now we just have a look at the bowling figures. Reza Hendricks for 1 over just for 7 runs and not picking up anything. But Tabrez Shamsi is the one who's been the most expensive.
Yes.
Which you wouldn't expect from a Proteas bowler. A white ball bowler from the Proteas setup.
I think he's pushing it too quickly. I think the pace is he's trying to
Trying to rush things.
Yes, and essentially that's where the ball, the control is not there, as well as the batsmen are picking up very nicely. And Shamsi tends to do that when he's nervous. Or I'm assuming here
Definitely.
his nerves are because he's slightly off.
It's the same as a young Imran Tahir. The signal eventually there was 6, but a young Tahir in Adelaide, I think you'll remember, he tried to rush things. Full toss to finish, and it is knocked down the ground. They're going to push for 2, and the second is declined. That is the end of the 6. 66 for 1 for the Eagles, and that will be the end of Tando Ntini's over and the end of that innings.
Yes, 66 for 1 after 6 overs. That's 11 runs per over. 10 runs more than the Outsurance Kingfishers, which puts AB's Eagles, the Take-A-Lot Eagles, ahead.
They took a lot of runs.
They did. They took a lot of runs. The Outsurance Kingfishers didn't insure themselves properly.
All the puns.
In the first
All of them.
innings. So now we're now waiting for the innings between the Mr. D Kites, hoping for them to deliver some runs for them to bat, and then they'll be bowled by the Take-A-Lot Eagles.
Yes.
And you've got a bowling attack of Lungi Ngiti in the Eagles, Junior Dala, Bjorn Fortain, and Dilepe Lugwayo, and anybody else who wants to bowl off spin, being AB de Villiers, Aiden Markram, Rassi van der Dissen. I'm assuming Carl Verena will not be bowling any.
Bjorn
spin.
Fortain with a bit of
6 of
spin.
your 8 players will have to bowl. Have I got that
No,
right?
No,
you can
6.
bowl anybody, but they must bowl a maximum of 3 overs in the entire game.
And you're going to be bowling 18 overs in total.
You're going to be bowling 12.
Maths.
Yes, maximum.
I see. Okay,
Mathematics.
so 4 bowlers can be used. At least 4 bowlers have to be used.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the maths that the captains have to keep up with. And we have confirmation that the Kites are going to bat, the Eagles are going to bowl, and the top score at the moment is 66 to get the gold medal, or to pass the Take-A-Lot Eagles for the gold medal spot. And they will have another 6 overs to bat. So let's see if the Kites can get themselves in amongst the runs there and make it a bit of a tighter contest at the top. And just
So, gents,
refresh my mind,
Mhm.
the first batting score was 56, right?
Correct,
Yes.
correct.
Okay, so at the moment the Take-A-Lot Eagles lead by 10 runs, and that's all that matters in the Solidarity Cup.
Yes.
In aid of all the charities, really, the Solidarity Fund being the main one today, against gender-based violence and for Black Lives Matter is the theme of the day. It's also Mandela Day today.
Yes,
it's
yeah.
also Nelson Mandela's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And so we see there are a lot of good things going on. If you don't know any charities in your area, find out, because the need is great at the moment wherever you are. Find out where you can help, find out how you can give some of your time, some of your money, and if you need help, let people know, because some of us are lucky enough to still be working and in a position where we can help out and do whatever we can. And support your local businesses, support the people who employ people fairly. I was just thinking, standing outside there, we've been to a couple of restaurants when we still were able to, where the waiters asked us to tip them in cash, because if you put the tip in as part of your card transaction, they never see that money.
Yes, they don't.
And so we won't be
Strange.
going to those restaurants again. So make
Strange,
sure that
strange,
you
strange.
know the owners of the businesses in your area. That's also helping to bring about equality.
Make sure that you ignore and avoid businesses that employ bad labor practices and take advantage of poor people who are desperate for work.
Yes. So, gents, 2 innings have gone.
Right.
What are you thinking of this 3T cricket? Can it be a format that we take out into the world?
Otto?
Yes, as long as we can have some cricket to talk about, yes, please. We've had some discussions about whether this is cricket or not. If there's a ball, a bat, a bowler, a fielder, it's cricket. So that's my opinion. It's not real cricket. Real cricket is test cricket.
Thank you.
And the other formats are not the purest form, but I don't mind. I'll watch this. I'll support this. I think it's great. It's nice to bring something new in there into the mix, something to think about, and this is also a way to bring, instead of 2 sets of fans, you bring 3 sets of fans together. You can have a real tight contest at the end, I think. And I think it's going to be quite exciting, the last 2 innings.
Oh, this is interesting. So this is a longer form. There's also a longer format of the game, but the interesting part about this, as I'll take you through the Kites innings, is that John Smuts is opening the batting, the captain of the Nelson Mandela Bay Giants. He's in the top 10 run scorers in MSL 2.0 with the man who Dave and I love so much, Ryan Rickleton. Is he a product of DJ coaching?
He coaches with us.
Okay, Ryan.
He coaches with us.
Yeah, so Ryan Rickleton is an up-and-coming youngster opening the batting. He opened the batting with Chris Gale for the Jersey Stars last year. And he took over from Chris Gale in MSL 1, the MSL that the Jersey Stars won. So when Chris Gale went home, he came in. The bowler, you're seeing a pattern now, off spin to open the innings. Aidan Markram with his right arm around the wicket with an off break. He'll be bowling to John Smuts, who's a right-handed batsman. The Warriors player, Robin Peterson. Hello. This one is outside the off stump, is cut down to third man. The fielder there being Rassie van der Dussen, he picks that up for a single. Carl Verena is the wicketkeeper, if you're wondering if AB is keeping. The fielder there, Rassie van der Dussen.
Much better, I think, that Verena is keeping. I mean, I think as much as we love AB de Villiers, I think for the long-term success of the game, Verena needs to keep.
Yes, remember they're chasing the 66 from the Eagles. The Eagles are defending their score. This one is full on the legs of that is Ryan Rickleton, who's a left-handed batsman, and he plays that down the ground to the fielder at a mid-wicket region for a single, 2 without loss so far.
So Markram is right-handed, coming around the wicket again to John Smits, outside off stump, slashes this to extra cover, and it will be fielded there on the boundary. Another lazy single.
Yes.
They should be taking advantage of this, but I think that ball reached the fielder too quickly. And as we said before, when I was on air, lots of space in the field, lots of 2s and 3s on offer, but if you, this one again, to to Ryan Rickleton, who drives this down to mid-on.
Bjorn Fortuin looks like he's
fielding there. Around, ball was slow to get to the boundary there, and the score moves on to 5 without loss. After 4 balls in the first over, Markram conceding those 5 in his first over. He's still coming around the wicket. Rickleton will face again left-hander, and this one is full and made into a full toss by Rickleton, dancing down the wicket. This one goes down to mid-on again, and they go.
This is the best start. Good start for AB's team. You just want to deal in singles and dots here, or even 2s. You don't want to deal in boundaries, especially early on.
Let's see here, Markram around the wicket to John Smuts, who drives this down to mid-off. Fielder comes around, cuts it off, and they'll just take the single. 7 runs off the first over.
Bjorn Fortuin working hard down there in the deep. To throw in my 2 cents about is this cricket, I think it is on the same level as Mandela Legacy Cup, Momentum Ikasi Challenge. Great exhibition cricket, but I don't think it's a long-term format.
And you can play it across different teams. So like the rugby team can play this, the soccer team can play this.
I want to see the women play the men.
Yes, that's
mixed teams.
Yes, and essentially I think
Laura
that's the
Volfart
trick
hitting Tandantini through the covers.
I think
Yes,
that's the
please.
trick that we missed here. But obviously, Graham Smith did let us know that he just wanted to get this thing on the field. They'll think of other versions if it is successful. Do let us know if you think it is successful. We'd like to know your views on Twitter, on Twitter mainly, as that's the channel that you can talk to us. A new bowler in.
Andy P.
Andile Petlugwayo, wearing number 11 underneath the rain. That is at the top of the back of his shirt.
Hashtag rain starts play. The second over, Petukwayo right arm over the wicket to John
Shot.
Smuts, who drives this to extra cover and nicely cut off there by the fielder coming around. They take 2 runs. So that's the order of the day that once again we see in the last man stands, the LMS cricket that we play, which is purely for fun. So yes, I think Coach Dave, purely for fun, you say? That's
Absolutely.
fine by me as long as they broadcast it.
Absolutely, and I think that could be a great avenue for charity work.
Outside off stump, John Smuts steps across and makes this to a mid-wicket shot down along the ground. One single taken, 10 runs.
They could also
loss
take
of
this.
8 balls.
They could also take this around the country
Yes.
as a pre-season tournament for for the different franchises to try and drum up support for probably even before MSL. You have the MSL teams playing an 8-over 3-team exhibition, which would be very good.
This one by Petukwayo came around the wicket to the left-handed Rickleton, works this to the mid-wicket boundary for the left-hander that take a single. As that went quite quickly along the ground to the fielder.
I think.
And cautious start here by
Yes, and I think the Kites missed. I think Timber missed a trick here as captain in terms of putting himself in. I would have put him. I would have gone
Him and Ryan.
Yes, especially because of the relationship at the Lions. They batted together in the MSL
Many times,
as well, at the Lions as well. And Timber's very innovative in his shot making as well.
This one outside off
Bludgeon.
Petukwayo over the wicket, and it is monstered by John Smith from outside the off stump to the mid-on boundary for a 4.
Yes, John Smuts there picking up that length very quickly, was slightly short
Just sat
from
up and hit.
Andile Petlugwayo. The score goes up to 15 without loss now with that rocket of a shot there down the ground, splitting the 2 men at long on and long off.
Reminds me a little bit of Matthew Hayden, where you just absolutely hit the screws out of the ball.
Petukwayo to John Smuts. He drives this with an angled bat to extra cover. They'll take a single, 16 without loss, and there's 1 ball to go in the second over. So the Kites have picked up the scoring rate a little bit with that boundary. Otherwise, quite neat and tidy by the Eagles so far. The Kites need to lift that run rate. It's at 8.73 at the moment, with 1 ball to go from Petukwayo. He's going to go around the wicket again to Rickleton, facing him on 5 or 4 balls. Smuts has gone to 11 or 7. Petukwayo around the wicket, and this one angled in at the off stump. Very, very accurate bowling by Petukwayo. Rickleton can only squirt it out to extra cover for a single. 17 without loss, 8.5 runs per over in the 2 overs so far.
Yes, and so Ian Turner tweeted this 30 minutes ago. Sorry for missing this, Ian. Wickets in hand for the second 6. Very important if the score is going to soar. More than 2 down in part 1 could end a team's hopes of winning. That's very true because you essentially have 4 batsmen at the top, and you've got 4 bowlers at the bottom. So let's remember this broadcast is brought to you by Rain. Hey, it's time to say goodbye to expensive data top-ups and start living the unlimited data life with Rain. Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. And if you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network.
Absolutely. Lungengidi into the attack. Around the wicket, and Rickleton drives this one, tries to drive it to the onside. They take a single, 18 without loss.
Do you think Timber's holding himself for the second innings? Which is the
Ah,
reason
the
why.
problem
I
is
think
if
he'll
you
come in
if
at
you
3 here.
if you don't come right in the first innings, I think it could very quickly set the pace for the remainder of the game. I think you're going to find yourself short. It's almost you're banking for what?
Yeah, because you also don't want to be chasing something something too heavy, like 100.
And then
Because remember, the team with the most runs bats first as well.
Lungengidi over the wicket to John Smuts, who drives this to extra cover. Nice teamwork there on the field. The first player slid around, tossed the ball up to the second, gets it in, and 2 runs are taken. 20 without loss. 8.57 the current run rate. The Kites. Who are they going to target?
Yeah, it's
Gidi,
difficult.
good luck.
Yeah.
Junior Dala, maybe he can be wayward.
Maybe.
they can put
Maybe.
some pressure on him.
We've got a tweet. Leah says, I hope CSA have copyrighted the rules so they can demand racket levels of licensing fees from the ECB when the 100 inevitably fails and they look to get on with
Absolutely.
the times.
Wide ball there from Lungengiri's.
Lungengidi, down the leg side.
That's the
wide.
first extra of the day.
Incredible.
Yes,
Incredible
it's
stuff.
very, very good stuff from the bowlers of the day. And also, to answer Leah, this is owned by, the rules are owned by a sports management company headed up by Francois Pinar, who also is known here in South Africa for running Varsity Cup and also is the 1995 winner of
Just as
of the Rugby World
salt
Cup.
on the
captain to win
steak,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, so it is copyrighted and patented. And so let's see if the ECB is going to give us money.
Ngidi to John Smits on middle. He tries to work this out to the cover.
Oh,
and he
beautiful.
does. It goes over the rope at square leg, and that's another
That's the-
maximum.
that's
Then for John Smits, he's moved on to 19 of 9 deliveries. Rickleton 7 of 6, and the score will be 28, I think.
Absolutely, and I think what this format lends itself to that longer format doesn't. So if we look at the West Indies England series, the first game batsman failed. So the longer you have to spend at the wicket, the more chance the bowlers are going to pick up on it. Here, if as a bowler you miss out, you disappear over the fence.
Ngidi to John
Shot,
Smits.
shot,
Nice
4 runs.
angled bat shot.
What a
past
shot.
the wicket keeper. Fine down to fine third man for another boundary. John Smits is stepping on the gas right now. 31 off 2.4 overs for the Kites. And as we said before, 6 fielders. Very rarely do you see a slip in this.
3 slips in a gully, gents. And it looked like a no ball.
Also
Yeah.
missed by the umpire, I think.
I think that's why there's that push from various parties to say maybe the guys on field shouldn't be calling the no ball. So 1-2 wide, 6-4.
That needs to
And,
be done from the studio. Ngidi on leg stump. John Smits works
4.
this down to fine leg.
Oh
It
no,
will
he's
be
picked
cut
it up
off
short.
right on the boundary, and they're going to come through for 2
Beyond
easily,
14.
easily making their ground. It looks like AB is keeping. Is
That's
it?
Calvarena.
Calvarena.
It's the ginger beard,
Oh, I see. Okay.
the ginger beard man.
His face is shaped.
Calvarena's made an error there because he's come too far forward.
Yeah, he should have stayed
Smuts,
behind
I
the
think,
wickets.
would have been safe, but as he was leaning towards whipping off the bails, he leaned too far forward, and as such, was.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get to the
wafting
ball
it there.
before it dropped onto the ground. And as we say goodbye to Coach Dave and hello to Tsepo Ngidi. Short ball outside, off stump, slashed, pull shot by John Smits, misses it, goes through to the keeper for no run. Ngidi lucky there to get away with a no ball. He's conceded 16, takes the score to 33 off 3 overs, and the Kites will be very happy to see their run rate up at 11. Wow, John Smits connected that. It would have gone miles. And 33 without losses, as I said, is the score of the 3 overs. For Quinny's Kites, Quinny is not here today because of some personal issue. All the best to him and his family, whatever they might be facing. It is a strange and weird time that we are living in. So, strange and weird format of cricket is quite appropriate, I think.
Yes, it's a new game and a new normal. And
apt.
essentially, we have to go with we have to roll with the punches this year. That's what 2010 has taught us. It is rolling with the punches.
Bjorn Fortuin, left hand around the wicket to Rickleton, who works this out to mid-wicket, and they take a single 34 without loss. Tsepo, you're going to do ball by ball? Or?
Sure thing. I would not mind at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jonathan Fila says that he really likes the format. He's one of our Guerrilla Cricket commentators on 1WSR as well.
Fontaine around the wicket. Double step. Janjan Smuts missed the ball. Keeper misses it as well. Looks like they're going to go for 3 here. Ball thrown into the bowler, but there's no one at the bowler's end. And looks like there's going to be some overthrows here. Wow, we.
Yes.
8-man-a-side cricket. So there's nobody backing up at the bowler's end. The wicket keeper had to run, so he couldn't throw to his end. He had to run to collect the ball at what was that? At fine leg. Yeah, it just hit him on the hands.
Fontaine around the wicket to the left-hander Rickleton. And this one is played down the ground, almost for boundary, but it was saved.
Great fielding.
Great fielding.
There. But to talk about the ball before, that's a missed opportunity there by Calverain.
Yes.
If it was the middle of the season, he probably would have gotten that.
Yes.
Great line and pace off the hands by Bjorn Fontaine to try and give the
Fontaine
batsman.
once again smuts, spanks this. Did it go straight to the umpire and then?
There, yes.
He had his own player.
Wow.
9 without losses, they take the single there, yes.
Yeah, he hit that. So that ball sat up for John Smuts, but he could only find his teammate on the other side. That's Rickleton. And it ricocheted. Oh,
Spanked
nearly took his head off
into
of
his
it.
face.
There, Rickleton hopefully is okay.
And this one closer to the legs of Ryan Rickleton and played onto the leg side for 2 runs. Went straight. Is that 2 runs? Went straight to the
It's a
fielder.
single.
Just a single.
40 without loss now for the Kites. They put some pressure on in the previous over, and now it looks like Fontaine is pulling it back.
Just 4 off the over so far. Whoa! Oh, but there were buys. There were 3 buys.
The 3 buys as well.
So that's 7. Fontaine around the wicket once again. This one is played onto the offside into the gap for 4 runs by John Smuts.
Very.
Splitting the fielders there. Smuts moves on to 30 or 15. The score is 44 without loss at the end of the 4th over.
But yes.
Yes, a very, very good shot there by John Smuts, opening up his front leg and guiding that ball through the offside. The interesting thing about that was that the line, they really allowed for John Smuts to free his hands. You'd have wanted Fontaine to bowl the ball that beats John Smuts. He said, follow him into and try and cramp him for room, but that never happened. So it's 44 without loss. John Smuts 30 or 15 balls. Rickleton 10 off 9. Earlier on, the Kingfishers scored 56 in their first innings, 56 for 2. The Eagles, AP's Eagles, 66 for 1, with Aidan Markram top scoring with 47. In the Kingfishers innings, 31 was scored by Yanaman Malan. Right now, John Smuts is on 30. The Kites are 44 without loss with 2 overs left. Andile Petlugayo coming in for his second over of the allotted of his 3 over allotment.
Petluquire coming around the wicket. This one bowled very straight and just clipped onto the leg. So, oh no, that hit the pads. LBW appeal, and that's the first wicket down for the Kites. Andile Petluquire, what a bounce back.
Yes, initially it looked as though it was going down leg, but umpire Bongani Jele is paid to do these things. It looks like it hit him on the back
On the
leg.
back pad, yes.
Yes, on the back pad, flush in front of leg stump, of middle stump there. And a very, very good appeal from Andile, getting the wicket for AB's Eagles. That's
And look
one
at
way to
those
stop the
moves.
runs.
That's it. That's
He's
the
hitting
best
us with
way
the
to stop
whoa.
runs. And it looks like Petluquire's got some cricket nets in his backyard because he hasn't missed a beat. He's been really accurate, bowling really, really well. 44 for 1. Ryan Rickleton going for 10 off 10. He looks very disappointed.
Yeah,
I
helmet
think
off,
he was
mask on.
trying to sort of give John Smuts a license at the other end and just keep slogging away, keep rotating the strike. And it's Temba Bavuma to the
Yes,
cricket.
that brings in the
Two
captain of the Mr. D Kites, Temba Bavuma. He was, Rickleton's replacing Quinton de Kock, and so the Kites needed a captain, and they selected Temba Bavuma to lead Quinny's Kites.
Hasn't done too badly. Here comes Andile Petluquire over the wicket, and this one clipped onto the leg side by Temba Bavuma. Looks like he might just get 2 runs here. Should be 2. Yes, it's 2 runs, and the Kites sitting on 46 for 1.
It looks as though the Kingfishers might have a little bit of work to come to do in the second innings, with the Kites 10 runs away from the Kites 10 runs away from their 56, and they're 20 runs away from the Eagles with 14 balls left. Oh no, it's 10 balls left in this innings. I beg your pardon. As we look at Andile again.
Pedro Kwai bowling this one a lot fuller, right outside off stump, and this one played onto the offside, very square, for 1 run.
Yes, so Bavuma moves to 3 of 2. Smuts is going to face 3 balls here, probably from Petroquayo, 30 or 15, 47 for 1 after 4.3 overs. Run rate is 10.44. And
The Kites were looking like they were
the
comfortable.
Kites are looking good here. But all of a sudden, that 1 over by John Smuts taking on Lungi and Gidi has put them right up there with the rest of the teams in terms of run rate. Let's see if they can get past
Pedro Kwayo coming in. Oh, and this one missed completely by John Smuts, just going
This is
right
what
under
I
the
wanted
bat.
to see slower ball cutter there.
Fantastic.
From Petruguayo, just rolling his fingers over the ball there, and it's a shortish length there, but it's outside the off stump, and John Smuts did not pick it up, and he missed it entirely. If he got connected to it, that would have brought that man around at Cow Corner, at deep mid wicket into the game. There. So it's a very good ball that we've seen Andile bowl. He's taken 35 wickets for the Proteas.
Once
in
again,
T20s.
his 5th ball of the over. This one very close to John Smuts, but he played square of the wickets on the offside for 1 run. Kite sitting on 48 for 1.
And the Eagles here have got nobody behind square at all. No third man. So all of their fielders in front of square, on the boundary, nobody near the wicket. And
So all it's
so
saying,
that's-
all it's saying is bowl straight. Bowl
Yes.
at the 3 stumps. Force them to hit you in front of square. Don't bowl too wide. Don't bowl down the leg side. If you do, we'll concede the runs. And AB de Villiers is showing us his experience.
This one bowled very full, almost onto the leg side, and this one clipped onto the leg side by Temba Bavuma for 1 more run. And the Kite sits on 49 for 1
Again,
after
that's
5
another one
overs.
that requires
So the
5
Kites-
runs and a wicket from the over, 15 in his 2 overs for the 1 wicket
Yes.
by Andile Petroquayo. Excellent bowling, really putting the Eagles right back into this innings.
So the Kites need 7 to surpass the Kingfishers and bat second in the next innings, in the next half, and they need to bat first. They need 17 in this next over to bat first in the next innings. You know, the team that scored the most runs bats first in the next half,
And then the second most, and then
and then the second most, and the last, to try and create that chasing thing. If the top two teams are tied, no 3-way tie, because I don't think we're
imagine 3 super overs.
They don't have to play the whole thing again tomorrow.
yeah.
Rain starts play again.
Rain starts play tomorrow as well, yes. Please check out our sponsors. We're very happy to have them on board with us. Rain.co.za, hashtag Rain Starts Play, or hashtag Rain. Go to their website, check out their offers. I've got one here that I'm definitely going to check out. All data works the same no matter how much you pay, so why not start saving today with Rain? Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as 250 Rand a month with no contracts. That's nice, no contracts. And if you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it for free. Rain, your unlimited data.
And so the next bowler in is the man born in Lusaka, one of Otto's favorite bowlers, because and Tepo, because he's a Titans man.
Yes.
He's a Titan. His
Actually
name
saw him.
is Junior Dala, 30 years of age. Played a handful of games in for T20s for South Africa in T20 internationals. Really think this man should have been given a lot more opportunities as well. Nelson Mandela Bay Giants bowler, very, very good and quick as well.
And here comes into the attack. This one bowled very straight, clipped onto the leg side for what looks like will probably be 1 run. And that's
There's
50.
one there from Bavuma.
Brings up the 50 for the Kites.
Yes, the length of that first ball from Dala is so important there. Just
Sets the tone.
Very full block hole-esque ball. The batsman would struggle to get his bat underneath it, and all he can do is just play it down to the field at square leg. That's what you call bowling to your field, Jay.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Keeping the run rate down are the Eagles. But here comes Junior Dala into the attack once again to John Smuts. This one pitched a bit shorter and played onto the offside for a
Yes.
boundary.
And that fielder was actually square when Timber played. He then went a lot finer. And the ball actually went back to where he was there. So it's really hard covering large swathes of field. But very, very good batting there from John Smuts, who managed to get his bat underneath
Yeah,
it.
too short. Didn't
Too
get the
short,
right
wide,
length.
Too wide. And he can be a little bit wayward from time to time. He is a quality bowler though. Let's see what he does with this one.
Third ball of the innings. John Smuts gives himself some room. This one bowled right over the stumps and spanked onto the offside for 2 runs.
It's a one. It's a single.
It's one run.
They ran a single there. I got a tweet from.
55 for one,
We
yes.
got a tweet from Chris. He retweeted Dan Lipka cricket. He says, "How much better would the silly England-West Indies test be with, say, Pakistan sitting in the dugout waiting for a turn?" Answer: ridiculously better. That's why 3T cricket is the future. Hashtag 3TC. Hashtag Solidarity Cup. People are liking this, guys. People are liking this. The man, the coach, also known as coach. This man is incredible. He had an incredible
Fourth ball of the
domestic
innings. Ooh,
Short and
And
wide by Dala,
very
outside
short.
the off stump.
Looks like it might be a
Tries
wide.
to cut this up and over where slips would have been in a normal cricket match, no doubt. No run. 55 for one.
Very good short ball.
Yeah, that's very good thinking from Timber. Timber likes to play behind square.
You only need to beat the wicketkeeper behind square.
And
you've
boom.
got 4.
Yeah,
Might
just
even
get
go
it
for the
wide.
6.
It's just a little touch, nothing much.
Nothing more.
Use the
you don't
pace.
need much.
Junior Dala in for the 5th ball of the over. This one bowled a bit closer to his body. Timba Bavuma plays this onto the offside for 2 runs.
Yes, and with that too, takes the Kites to 57. That means the Kingfishers will be batting last, chasing the score that either the Kites and the Techlot Eagles will put through in the second half. Their scores at 57. The Kingfishers were ended at 56 for 2. The Eagles ended at 66 for 1. Lost ball of the Kites' first innings with Bavuma facing to Junior Dala.
And here he comes in, steams in. This one played onto the offside. A bit of airtime there, but it's only going to be a single. And that is the first half for the Kites, sitting on
that is-
58 for 1. And that's half
first
time.
First half done. We will just have a general chat here discussing. Please send in your tweets in. But it's 58 for 1 after the 6 for the Kites. You can see the team that was touted as probably the strongest team coming out trumps in that first half. That was AB's Eagles, the Take-A-Lot Eagles. The Mr. D-Food Kites only delivered 58 runs for 1 wicket after their 6. And the Kingfishers, the Outsurance Kingfishers, 56 for 2. So the Kingfishers have a lot of work to do. So do the Kites. But in the second half, we'll start with the Take-A-Lot Eagles, and they'll be bowled too by the Outsurance Kingfishers.
Should be, yes.
No, wait. No, the Kingfishers bowled to the Eagles in that second innings. So it will be the Kites who will be bowling to the Eagles.
Yes.
And then when the Kites bat, the Kingfishers will be bowling to them. And then when the Kingfishers bat, the Take-A-Lot Eagles will be bowling to them. So far, so good. The top run scorer in this first half of 3T cricket is Yanaman Malan. No, it's not Yanaman Malan. It is...
Isn't it Aiden Markram? I
Aiden
think he has
Markram
41.
with 47 not out.
47.
So
There it is.
that's going to be interesting.
So
It's half time.
He's now going to carry on batting, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, him and AB de Villiers. So we're looking at about 10 runs and over on average here, more or less, round about there, for these 3 teams so far. So what would be a winning score?
I think if the Eagles can get to 120, that'll be a winning score.
I'm thinking a bit higher than that because now
140?
Markram is basically set now.
So, but obviously remember, a wicket falling for the Eagles, you then come into Carl Verena and Andile Petluguay. Okay, so based on the batting card, yes, maybe 130, 140 could be winning. But the bowling as well with the Kites bowling to the Eagles.
So Pamela, Hendricks,
Nokia,
Aaron Hendricks,
and Dwayne Pretorius.
Dwayne Pretorius. And they looked okay. They bowled first in today's cricket match. Is it a cricket match or is it a cup?
It's a match. It's a match.
Okay, it's a team match.
That is
Yeah,
actually not a
3T.
bad question.
Yes, we're going to call it a 3T match. Please send us through your your thoughts on the game. Carla Simon saying, once again, I can say thank you for the commentary and entertainment and getting Ozmaster out the house. Enjoy, guys. Hashtag solidarity game. Carla, it's a pleasure. We missed Otto and we missed Tepo as well. So anytime. We'll be bringing it. And also, if you're asking as to when our next broadcast will be, we will let you know. Just follow us on Twitter at OneWorldSR and also at Guerrilla SA GUERRILLASA. Guerrilla Cricket is our you would say it's our subsidiary of One World Sports Radio. We're broadcasting today as One World Sports Radio, brought to you by Rain. Rain is our broadcaster today. Hey, all data works the same no matter how much you pay for it, so why not start saving today with Rain? Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. If you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network. So, gents, what should we expect in the second innings? What do you think of the first innings of this match? And what do you expect of the second innings of this match?
I'm expecting a lot more runs. Batsmen have felt out the innings. They've been out there in the middle. Markham is looking very set. AB de Villiers also started getting runs towards the end of the first half. So I'm expecting the run rate to be picked up by the Eagles especially. They're going to come out hard. And that will make it a lot better to watch as well. With a lot more shooting for runs, there'll be a lot more wickets as well.
I agree. I think the Eagles have to go hard as they can. They've got to set the tone. They've got to set the score because they won't have. They'll only be able to defend 6 of the overs.
Yes, they can't defend the other 6.
Chases their score, so they need to put it well out of reach, and then hope against hope that the Kingfishers can bowl decently. And then they themselves will have a chance to defend whatever they need to. Will they be bowling last, or will they be the Eagles?
Okay,
so how's the bowling going to work?
Let me work this
So
out
if the Kingfishers open the batting and they got bowled to by...
So here's the interesting part, right? The Kingfishers will be batting against the Eagles.
So the Eagles will bowl to the Kingfishers.
Yes, to defend their score. So that's the great thing about what's happened today.
So
is that
the Eagles bowl to the kite.
They're going to bowl 2 innings in a row.
No,
they only bowl
the
one.
last one.
The last one.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
they'll
just
just
have a chance to defend their score.
Yes, and the Kingfishers will have to restrict the kites to a score that they can, or less whatever the Eagles is, and the score they can chase. They might even beat the Eagles, but they need to be able to chase that score. So that's the interesting thing that's going to happen later on.
Loving this dynamic.
Yes, and then so for instance, the Eagles so the kites are going to be bowling to the Eagles, and they're going to try and keep the Eagles to a score that they can chase.
Yes.
So there's a lot of I'm reliant on you, but also I need to protect myself. I need to make sure that I'm happy with my game. So a captain can't come and say, no, but the Eagles lost it for us. And you're the captain of the Kingfishers.
I'm sure there's going to be some of that.
I can feel it.
The dressing rooms there. Well, they won't be able to. They're not going into dressing rooms all at once as they used to. I'm not sure how it works now. They're all sitting in the stands where the fans should be. And so then I suppose each team would have their own sort of area where they can
probably their own block
prepare and whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe like a whole.
Yeah, so the main grandstand is split in between the 2 teams.
The 3 teams.
The 3 teams, yes. The dugout is the place where the team is
the batting
the first
team.
stand as you come into Centurion, off the side from the, what do we call it, the Gautrain railway side?
Yes.
The West Street side, yes. So that's the first stand. That's where the dugout is, and then the changing rooms are being used. I don't know how where the third team is changing, essentially. And so we've got a bit of a performance.
Jersey performance.
It's a song that was created by a variety of Mzansi artists as well, but we've got performances from Shoma Jersey right now on the television screen. So do you think this version of cricket can go around the world?
I
Get-
definitely think
I
so.
was thinking especially in terms of warm-up games. If you are a side on tour, you can play a few of these format games because it gives you an opportunity to get at least 12, well, 16 of your players onto the field. You can have a touring squad playing this format amongst each other, you know, to sort of get yourself ready for a tour, because we've seen in these tours that we have these days are so quick, you know, one after the other. There isn't enough time to
Get
properly
everyone on the field,
everybody
yeah.
playing like a 4-day warm-up game. And if you do get a chance to play like a 4-day warm-up game for a test match, that's your only warm-up game. So I'd like to see touring sides playing their whole squad. You've got the opportunity to have 24 players on the field, so they can mix and match with some local players or some A team or second team opposition, mixed in with their own players to give everybody in the touring squad a chance to get onto the field. And you need to be fit to play this type of cricket, because you're running incredible amounts compared to what you usually would in a normal match. Like I said there, you can see the man standing at point has to cover everything behind the wicket keeper on the offside all the way up to cover. So that's a huge area of a cricket field to have to run up and down to stop the ball from going over the boundary. And we've seen surprisingly few boundaries. I thought we'd see more. But maybe in the second half,
Yeah.
now the teams know what the wicket is doing. Like you said, they've sussed out the conditions. Maybe they'll go a bit more aggressive. We did see some aggression there from John Smuts.
And Markram as well.
From Janneman Malan and from Aiden Markram. So I think the guys are going to get stuck in there. The batters are going to get stuck in here. And it'll be interesting to see which teams manage to get the 7 wickets down, and then we'll see the lone 8th, the last man stands. We'll see the 8th batter at the crease by himself, and he'll have to run 2 or score boundaries.
I'd like to see that. Just speaking about 3TC, I'm very excited about it for development at grassroots level. I think this would be a great way to get out, like to the areas that aren't really exposed to cricket as often. Get as many people playing as possible. Even mix up different communities and get them all involved together. Because the one thing that cricket, I'd like to get more black people, to get more people of color into the system. They need to be exposed to cricket. And I think this, if I were still in school, I'd really enjoy like a 3T cricket game on a Saturday, you know, exposed to as many people as possible. Even like in Ultimate Frisbee, you have these things called hat tournaments where you sort of like everyone like draws their names from a hat, and then they play in like that team. They make a team like that, so you can mix up different teams. And we'll also see, like, it'll give like future leadership an opportunity as well. As we're seeing here, we're seeing 3 different like captains, each a captain for each team, and I'm excited to see the likes of Themba Bavuma captain later, like captain the Proteas in some sort of capacity. And this could be an opportunity for him to try it out, you know.
Yes, and I know the purists are not happy with this format of the game, and they think that we're trying too hard. But remember, this is a 3T cricket initiative that is supported by Cricket South Africa. 3-team cricket is a company on its own, and they want to roll this out as a sport, as a business in sport. And Cricket South Africa are supporting them in that initiative to try and get cricket around the country. And as you say, with the youngsters, younger people, it's a way to get younger people into the game.
Exactly.
And it's also a way to try and help people get into it. It's a nice, short, enjoyable format, 4 hours, instead of people waiting at the ground for 2 matches or 3 matches a day, and it's a full day thing. And it's also enabling people to be able to be more creative.
Yes.
There is a longer format of the game that's 90 overs with
11 players. Yeah.
Yeah, with I think it's 15 overs, 30 overs a side, or 30 overs a match per side, but 15 over
Instead of the
batting
six.
stints.
Yeah.
Yes.
So 45 overs in the half,
Exactly.
15 overs
In a
Innings.
batting, yes.
Innings half.
I don't know if we should call it an innings
No,
or a
I
chaka.
agree with you, Mpo, because that's one thing that we saw from playing LMS once again. Because you get to the ground, you play for 2 hours, you go home. So it doesn't take up your whole day.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice to get out and about and play some kind of cricket. And the gaps in the field, I
Yes.
think, is a little bit of a leveler.
Yeah.
Especially with balls getting nicked off and it goes for 4 instead of into a 3-man or 4-man slip cauldron. So I think for getting the game into the rest or into the whole of the country, we need facilities. We need help to establish facilities. Where I live, there's still a club cricket ground that gets shared between a rugby club, a cricket club, and a soccer club. And that's the type of thing, because where I live, there's already like mixed income housing. There's blocks of flats along with big houses on the hill, and the old railway houses, closer to the railway station with smaller plots of land and smaller houses. So you have a wide variety of people living in a very small area, and that ground, there's at least a football match there every single day, year round.
People want to play
And
sports, man.
People want to play sports, and just to establish the facilities and keep them going, because it does take a lot of money. But if communities come together, identify a facility, you just need a flat piece of ground. You can play football, you can play cricket, you can play.
Cheeky ruggers.
Yeah.
Even some rugby there. And something for spectatorship, 3-team cricket is also pretty interesting, especially getting people that aren't familiar with cricket at all to watch something. I think 3TC would be an interesting place to start. Much like the what's the superhero Sundays that rugby has. That could I know a lot of people from like my university that aren't rugby fans at all, but they went there just for the vibe.
Yes.
So it definitely creates a good vibe.
And the great thing is that if you can get sponsors on board, this is where it's going to go. You can turn this into a franchise model.
Exactly.
Have it in a period like now where it's an off season for cricket. You can have this tournament, and you can go around the country and have a league format with a finals day where the 3 best teams play out a final at a venue of your own, and each franchise is owned by a millionaire or a billionaire or a company like today. And this is the model. This is the new business of sport, right? It's a way to get your brand out there. And then also, for instance, Reign's the title sponsor for this entire day at the field and for us here. And also then you sell out sponsorship for the teams.
3 teams instead of 2.
Exactly.
Instead of 2, you can even move it to 6, and you juggle them around the country. And for me, this is a nice way to get revenue in the off season to keep the players fit, for especially the players who aren't playing IPL.
Yes.
And the youngsters who are coming into the setup, into the franchise setup. It will work.
Expose them to as many professional players as possible. Keep them playing cricket like throughout the whole year. I'm definitely enjoying that vision.
And people said the same thing about T20. That, lots of skepticism, but it worked. It did bring a new type of cricket fan, somebody who doesn't have the interest in the game that people
Like
me
5
have
days, yeah.
to sit and watch a 5-day game, and people watch it, and it's on in the bars and restaurants when we used to be able to go to bars and restaurants. The
Please
T20 was on the TV, but the 5-day cricket wasn't.
Never.
You see, so I mean, and you do bring people into the game that way, and this is.
But I
new
do
and
think-
it's exciting and it's weird, and I love it.
Yeah, and in, Jonathan Vila,
Agreed.
in our who's one of our commentators, said he really likes the format, but he would like to see 11 guys in the field.
Yeah.
Maybe each side has to be to given 3 provincial or club players to field only. Opportunity for them to rub shoulders with the top players. What do you think of that?
I definitely agree. With the whole development thing as well, more teams mean more players, and that way, like, we won't be complaining about, how the quota system is taking our spots now. Everybody can play,
Yeah, and that's what you want. You want to offer opportunities, but obviously this is the first game. As it goes along, it will change. It's
Yeah.
not going to sit in this format. So it will change as it goes along, and maybe you might be. The interesting thing would be to allow 3 fielders from the other team.
I was thinking that was going to
but
happen
the
in this
batting
game.
team must choose.
Pick
This
the
is
rabbits.
also something we've seen in LMS when people don't pitch up.
Yes.
That we sometimes borrow a player from the other team to do
To
the
field,
fielding
yeah.
for us. And then obviously there is lots of pressure on that fielder to perform. Because you don't want to be accused of throwing the game
Yes.
just because you're not in the team. And then of
That's
course
not
when,
cricket.
For
that's-
instance,
when
if
that fielder needs to go and bat, somebody else needs to
so,
take
for
his place
instance,
on
yeah.
the field.
So, for instance, today, if the Eagles weren't bowling last, right, and let's say it was the Kites bowling to the Kingfishers, and you had an Eagles fielder on,
Sure. It just introduces a whole new dynamic to the game.
whole new tactic.
you know, where you put the Eagles fielder, or even now, for instance, if you're the Eagles and you're defending last, and you get a Kite on, and the Kites have the top runs, he'll be forced to try and defend
Well,
well.
why not have a fielding team and a batting team? You
That's
could do
yeah.
that. Then you've got even
Oh.
more players involved. You've still got the 8. You've still got the 8 people on the field. But
Yeah.
I think in this format you will develop specialists because once again you need to sprint. You need to be able to run pretty fast to do fielding in this format. If you're the type of fielder who usually gets posted to fine leg or in the slips, just standing there the whole day because you're not quite as athletic as the rest of the guys, you've got no place in this format. So that might be something to try.
So we have a word from our sponsor here. Hey you, with unlimited rain data, you could do more of everything. You could watch YouTube non-stop and you could have never-ending calls. Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month. $250 a month? Oh, jeepers. With no contracts. And if you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, we'll deliver it for free. Rain, your unlimited data network.
Well, we won't deliver it. Rain will.
Rain will deliver it, yes.
We could.
It says we here, so I'm just...
yes, that. Well,
So
yes.
we'll help them. If
Yes.
they can't find your house, we'll help them.
But unlimited data is great. It's awesome.
This is a great sponsor to have, and a
You have to
relevant
have
sponsor.
unlimited data. If you're lucky enough to still be working and you're lucky enough to be able to work from home, this is definitely something
And-
you should look at.
and
I'm
it's $250
definitely
a month.
going to have a look
Dude.
at this site when I get home.
Mm.
Well, probably tomorrow,
Mm.
and then see how that compares to the deal I've got at
Yes.
the moment. Because this sounds to me like I'm getting shafted.
So here's a question, right? Before the second half starts, who are the standout players for you in the first half?
The easy one for me is obviously Aiden Markram. The way he moved around the crease, he really got really active, took the game to the bowlers, and he didn't just allow the
He
scoreboard
looked
to
like
get
he had a
ticking.
bowling machine in his house.
Exactly, exactly. Very
Uh,
creative,
yeah.
very like liberal. So yeah,
I like the John Smuts move at the top.
as well.
He was given,
He did well.
in this format, you want to give your best player the most number of balls.
Exactly.
Which is the problem that South Africa have always had in terms of AB de Villiers coming in at 4 and he comes in at over 8 in a T20. Is that enough time for AB? You
To
know,
get
for the
himself set,
Bangalore Royal
yeah.
Challenges, because it seemingly the Royal Challenges would get early wickets and it would be AB and Virat batting for
The whole
16 overs. And
Yeah.
So I like giving a guy like John Smuts who can hit long.
Yes.
A lot of balls.
And put the pressure on the bowlers from the get-go.
get-go, yeah.
First ball. And he's still in, hey? He hasn't
Yeah.
lost his wicket.
Yanaman Malan was very good as well.
As well, yes.
He's dangerous. He
the
looks
first
dangerous.
aggressor.
And then, because he was up first, batting up first, so he didn't have the benefit of watching other people on the wicket, playing on that wicket. So I'm expecting a big innings from Yanaman Malan because he did send the ball flying a few times. And something else that just occurred to me, in this format you do want your main batters at the top, because going down the order, you just need to connect. You just need to put bat on ball. You can run 2s and 3s, and you can run the ball down to a fine third man for a 4. You don't need to pick spots, gaps in the field. Like if you have a
a batsman in an ODI, it's very difficult, for an ODI or a T20 field to pierce the field. And it's only the best of the best batsmen that get that right, that can clear the field, clear the inner ring, and get the ball through in between the fielders. So you don't need that level of skill to score big runs in this format. In this 8-man, 6 fielders on the field, there's a lot of space to chase down a score, to make runs.
I'm just thinking in the second half, you might be more inclined to really want to like go off, like in the last 10 overs. You really need to like get the run rate moving. You're already set. So
send your bowlers in as pinch hitters. Let them club as many as they can.
oh
Yes,
yeah,
this is where the kites.
And then when the wickets fall, you've got an established batsman coming in at the end.
I know
This
David
is-
Miller
This
in
is where
the
the kites I think, are slightly dangerous with Dwayne Pretorius. Dwayne Pretorius for the Paul Rocks, who won MSL 2. He would come in and bat at number 4. He did that against the Spartans that Mark Boucher coached against the Spartans in the final. And he came up to bat at 4, scored a handy load of boundaries on a very slow wicket, which is also something that we're getting to. The wicket's pretty slow.
yeah.
But that's something that they need to consider. Probably bringing Dwayne Pretorius in ahead of David Miller, but also David Miller needs time.
How much time does he need though? That's the question. I
But
mean,
you also
as
need
like
you just
the
need a couple
finisher.
of balls. So essentially, you need a couple of balls to get your eyes in, but you can't let those balls go for dots. You need
Yes.
to rotate the strike.
Yeah.
And look for opportunity to get twos, and in that way try get your eye in. But outside of that, it's not like T20. T20 you can give yourself like a couple of dots to
Yeah.
get yourself, and now you can't.
Yeah.
Because you are essentially have a lesser number of
Yeah,
balls.
36 balls. That's it.
Yes, 36 balls.
And that's not all you. That's the thing. You're not the only one batting. You have to allow others to.
Yeah,
to
you have
bat
to
as
allow
well.
others to come through. Remember, this broadcast is brought to you by Rain South Africa.
Thank you,
Rain starts play. It doesn't end it here for 3T cricket. It starts it. And yeah, just it's remember today, obviously, the causes that or the movements that the match is supporting is a solidarity fund. That is for COVID-19 relief, and if you go onto CSA's website and the 3-team cricket website, you can donate to the Solidarity Fund, which is for COVID-19 relief in South Africa. It's food parcels, PPEs for medical for our medical teams around the country who are putting through the who are helping out on the front lines. And also, Black Lives Matter has been supported by the players today. They're wearing black armbands, and also they're supporting the movement against gender-based violence, which is also something that we also need to stand behind as South African men. We need to acknowledge our privilege as men, and in doing so, in acknowledging our privilege, we need to also make sure that we don't perpetuate violence against women. We don't see ourselves better than them or higher than them. We see them as our equals, and we make sure that it doesn't happen again. And if you do see the violence happening against women, please do notify the authorities. And also, it's about changing the system, making sure the authorities deal with these crimes in a strong manner.
Yes.
And it doesn't get swept under the rug, or there's the propensity to favor the man side of the word over the woman's side, and that needs to stop, because we need to believe victims of gender-based violence as well. And on Black Lives Matter too, the system needs to change. Over the past 2 weeks, CSA has been we've been having a lot of stories coming out from black African players and black and players of color about the treatment they've had in the system over the past couple of years. That can't go unchecked. That must be reined in, and it must be dealt with, and the system needs to change in order for our cricket to move forward. As Michael Holding said, people view black as as weak, but black is very strong, and
Yeah.
black should be seen as equal. That is, with that, we have the second half starting. The team batting first is the Take-A-Lot Eagles. Remember, this is brought to you by Rain. Hey, life's too short for bad internet. It's time to upgrade to a faster 5G with Rain. Rain's got the widest 5G coverage in SA. Choose unlimited 5G from as little as $6.99 a month with no contracts and a free-to-use 5G router available in Cape Town and Gauteng with free delivery from rain.co.za. Rain, your unlimited data network. The Kites are ready to bowl to the Eagles. Aiden Markham and AB de Villiers ready to resume their overs. Their batting innings. Aiden Markham's on 47 not out. He could be the first. He probably could be the first person to get to a half century. Otto, take us through this innings.
Rain starts play with John Smuts left-handed around the wicket to Aiden Markram, straight back down the wicket to the bowler, no run.
And it's good to see John Smuts into the attack, opening the bowling here.
This is a second over, and it's a dot ball.
Yes, I hope John Smuts comes around the wicket to Markram and a little bit to the leg side, and there's a fielder at square leg who cuts off the boundary. They go through for a single, score moves to 67 for one, and Markram moves to 48.
And the fielder there was Anrich Nokia spotting a clean-shaven face.
John Smuts around the wicket. Markram, AB de Villiers
Finds the
slashes
gap.
this one through the extra cover boundary just wide of long off for a 4. He moves to 15 off 8. 71 for 1 is the leading score in 3-team cricket in the first match. And I hope when I get home I can find out if I'm on this 5G coverage for because that sounds really nice to me. De Villiers
Mr.
on
360.
the leg stump by
Oh!
John Smith. And my question has been answered. There's some Rain guys with rain helmets and T-shirts running around with nets in
Trying
the
to catch
outfield,
the sixes.
trying to catch the ball. So that was just classic AB de Villiers getting down on his knees to make it essentially into a short ball, a pull shot, and he picks this up from the leg
Yes.
side. And,
Did that
A
go through the
slot
net?
that bigger net can't catch that ball. That's
Oh, another one.
AB de Villiers drives this one beautifully through to the long on boundary for another 6. 83 for 1, and he's jumped to 27 of 10.
Here we go. The sixes
One
are
more to
coming
go.
in. Mr. 360, 2 sixes in a row to John Smuts, who is trying to find the correct length to AB de Villiers, but he's straying on line. Both balls were coming down the leg side. 3 balls in this over coming down the leg side, enabling AB to just pick it off very
Ball,
nicely.
And AB moves out of the way. John Smuts tries to follow him. AB moves swiftly back in front of his stumps, and they go through for 3 because once again there's nobody at the stumps with only 6 fielders and the bowler and the wicket keeper, only 8 people in the team. 27 for 2 is John Smuts. The score
Yes.
is now 84.
And this over, yes,
Check that for
this
you now.
over has brought about 21 runs already with that 3. Remember, all the fielders are essentially on the boundary.
Exactly.
So you can run 3s if there are overthrows. And you always need to throw to the keeper,
But if the
not to the
keeper's
non-strike,
fielding-
unless if your bowler has the presence of mind to go and cover the non-striker's end.
Once
But you also
again,
need to be accurate in your throw.
You need to be fit to play this type of game. You need to move a lot more than you're used to in a normal
Yes.
cricket match.
86 for 1
after
with
7 overs. Anrich Nokia will be bowling from the Henops River end, I think.
Probably.
Yes,
looks
the
like-
new CSA Newcomer of the Year award. He also won the Ram Delivery of the Year award. So let's see if he can bowl something of that ilk in this over.
De Villiers, full on leg stump. AB clips it away just behind square on the onside where it's cut off at the boundary. Looks like John Smuts there gets it in, and they go for a single. 88 for 1 after 7.1 overs. The Eagles now 12.28 runs per over.
This is where you get to
Nokia
test.
has got really nice figures. He only conceded 6 runs in his first over, 5 runs in his first over, and got the wicket. So he's now on 7. He's conceded 48 of 25 for Markram. De Villiers 32 of 12. Wow.
Yeah,
And
AB
he's
de
gonna
Villiers.
face Anrich Nokia again, who comes over the wicket.
Right-handed, AB swings a wild swipe across the line and goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yes, that went through him very, very quickly there. Arnold Nokia pushing the pace up, testing the essential reflexes of AB de Villiers there,
Torpy.
and him not being able to pick that one up and put that onto the bank for those rain. I'm going to call them rain catchers. Rain
That's a
catchers
good one.
with the nets. Yeah, I don't think they're
That's
going to catch
exactly
any
what it
ball
looks like.
with that net. That net needs to be a little bit more tighter.
Heinrich Nokia full on leg stump, and this is driven to the onside, down to the boundary. They take a single by AB de Villiers. He moves to 33.89 for 1 after 7.3.
And right from the get-go,
Yes,
you can see
and-
the intent from the
And you
Eagles.
can see the partnership here, 73 off 33 balls. Eagles 89 for 1. This is where you pick up the momentum. And having a guy like AB de Villiers, who can essentially tee off at any time. Speaking about teeing off the kites, the Kingfishers had a golf day yesterday at the Serengeti Golf Estate.
Full outside off stump, slower ball, and Markram bats it down, drives it down, couldn't get a lot of speed on it. They go through for a single to long off.
Yes, the Eagles are batting at 11.74 runs and over right now. A very good momentum that they're pushing forward in this innings.
We're looking at the...
I want to know how you become one of those rain
That's what
catchers.
I'm thinking. I'm like living
Love to do
Centurion.
that. 90 for 1. Heinrich Nokia comes over the wicket on leg stump, fires it in there, trying to cramp AB de Villiers for room. Got that correctly done, and they go through for 2 down to a squarish fine leg.
And here's the interesting thing:
bias.
a false shot like that, essentially bat onto pad down the leg side, awarded them 2. But obviously, in conventional 11-man cricket, that probably would have just been a single
If that.
there.
If-
Yeah, if
if that,
any,
if that.
yes, yeah.
Any, yeah.
So that's also something about this game. Runs are available. You just need to find the ability to fetch.
But if we're thinking about the... Sorry, Otto?
Norkia over the wicket, full on middle stump, and this is driven by AB de Villiers straight down the ground for another boundary. 96 for 1. Run rate back up to 12 after 8 overs.
If we're looking at the game, I must say, 2s and 1s are almost as good as dots in a normal game. So Heinrich Nokia's over right now literally had 1 boundary, and the 2 that came off AB de Villiers' pads.
And then now he has
Fantastic bowling.
yeah.
I mean, look at the figures. 1 for 13 off 2 overs.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a great job here. for
Probably the pick of the
Cubs.
bowlers.
Yes, and especially that over coming for 10 off that over, just below the 12 run and over mark, which I think we're all trying to keep as a benchmark in order for these teams to be successful in this first 3-team cricket match here live on One World Sports Radio, brought to you by Rain South Africa. #Rain Starts Play.
Yes, thank you very much to the people at Rain for the support of this match and our broadcast. Björn Hendricks is replacing John Smuts from the pavilion end at Centurion Park. He's going to be bowling to Aiden Markram on 49. He goes left hand over the wicket to Markram. Stump and cut. Attempted drive there by Markram. Gets the outside edge, past the keeper for 4. He gets a 53 off 27. Well done, Adrian Markram.
I'm going to try play the 50 jingle. It brings up the 100 as well for AB's Eagles.
No, that would have been straight to second slip.
Right
Instead
down
it's,
his throat.
100 for 1 after 8.1 overs and 4 runs to Aiden Markram. Björn Hendricks over the wicket. Stump cramps and Markram for room. He can't get the ball anywhere off the wicket, and it goes back to Björn Hendricks. No.
For a double. Essentially, Björn Hendricks needs to bowl that leg stump line.
Yes.
So it needs to pitch on leg and go either leg or middle. It can't go leg or off because Aiden's looking to tee off down to a deep mid wicket there. And so it's a very fine margin that Björn Hendricks needs to bowl, and he did that very well in that last over.
As long as you're cramping the batsman up for room and he's not playing any shots, you're getting a dot ball, which is
And
as good
also,
as
it's
gold.
not too short to enable Aiden to pick it up either way.
Aiden steps away, gives himself room, exposes his stumps, and cuts the ball there neatly to extra cover boundary for another 4.
Yes, and that's the other. So that's where Bjorn Hendricks erred. He erred to the offside, and that opened up Aiden Markram to be able to guide that through extra cover, using the angle and the pace to split the men. Or the one is at extra cover, and the other one is essentially at point slash covering that third man region.
That's 2 boundaries off the over already.
Markram facing Bjorn Hendricks left arm over the wicket, and he pulls this one across the line just wide of the fielder at cow corner there, deep mid wicket for a 6, a flat 6, 110 for 1 is the score. Great shot there by Aiden Markram. He manufactured that, no doubt. Outside off stump, he went and fetched it, pulled across the line, nice and flat 6. Beautiful.
So very
Yes, a
intelligent
very good
batting.
shot there from Aiden Markram. He picked it up. This one's slightly too full, over pitched, and he just dispatched that over mid wicket for 6. A very good shot there. 14 runs off this over, 2 balls remaining. Can Bjorn Hendricks rein this over in and decrease the number of runs to the Eagles?
Goes to Markram again. This one went across the right-hander, wide of off stump, and he just got enough bat to get it down to the point boundary for a single. 1 ball left in the 9th over, 111 for 1. All the ones are up. And Markram a bit lucky there as well, because it dropped short of Luto Sepabra at the backward point boundary, third man. So just to give you an idea, once again, Luto Sepabra standing at third man, wideish third man, has to cover everything from basically behind the wicketkeeper up to cover.
My question is, could that have been a dropped opportunity?
No, it was too short.
Oh, here we go.
Hendricks to
False
Andy
shot.
de Villiers,
But this
slashes at that one, down to Lutus Pamla again at a finer third man type of area, and they go through for another single. 113 for 1 at the end of the 9th over. 64 off 31 for Markram and 39 of 17.
And that over went for 17 runs. So you can see that the Eagles are building up to a massive, massive finish. A lot of pressure on the other 2 sides. The Kites, Timber needs to find a bowler that's going to get him wickets now. It's you need a new man in here to stem the run flow because your quicks aren't getting it right. The top 5 run scorers for the day: Aiden Markram on 64, AB de Villiers 39, John Smuts for the Kites at 36, Yanaman Malan 31, Reza Hendricks on 20.
Yeah, 3 overs to go, and the Eagles have almost doubled their score from the first 6 overs. 3 overs to go now, and the Kingfishers are not going to be very happy with the Kites' performance here, because the Eagles are running away with this at the moment, looks like, Markram and AB de Villiers. But who knows? Let's see what they can get to after these 3 overs, and if the Kites can pull it back. Lutus Pamla goes over the wicket to Aiden Markram. Straight down the ground, high into the air. Is it got enough legs?
It's a 6.
Missed catch there by Dwayne Pretorius on the boundary rope.
Did it bounce in front of the ropes there? It's a 6.
He was looking straight into the winter sun there, slanting to the north.
Where
it
are the
would have been
sunglasses?
difficult to pick up
That's
the
a
ball.
good question.
Let's see.
It's a
With,
6. Very, very good
Lucas
shot.
Pamla bowling from the Henops River end, this ball would have come down out of the sun into Dwayne Pretorius. Yes, he's
Oh, he misjudged
Oh,
it.
he-
misjudged it,
no.
and, it did go for 6 through the hands of Dwayne Pretorius, outstretched above his head. Very difficult catch, and he
Yeah.
really
So,
struggled to pick
a
up.
couple of milestones here. 103 run partnership from between Markram and de Villiers. Aiden on 70, de Villiers on 39 of 17 balls.
Sepamla to Markram, another straight drive by Aiden Markram, high into
Surely.
the air. Once
And
again,
there
this
it
time Wayne
is.
catches it. He's out. Markram is out for 70 of 32,
Yeah.
119 for 2. 2 balls gone in the 10th over.
The-
Luto Sepamla 1 for 18 off 1.2.
The difference between those 2 balls: Luta overpitched the first one, and it was quick. Second time he took pace off the ball, Markram teed off again. This time getting the
Too
same,
early.
different result at the long on boundary. Great use of pace there from Lutosi Pamela. His length was full,
Oh,
and-
checking for
ooh,
no ball. Ah, no,
So-
that's
Line
fine.
there, he's got something behind the line there, as far as I can tell.
Yes, but very, very good ball from Luto Sipamla. If you want to want to bowl that full length, you must be happy to be hit down the ground, but also you need to be able to be playing around with your ball, so your fingers over, rolling your fingers over it, knuckle balls, that Andile Petlugua balls, that type of thing. It's just a slightly drop in pace there. A slight drop in pace there results in a wicket. Very good bowling from Luto Sipamla. I think the cameramen are
They're
also
looking
low.
at this now. They're looking and looking and looking at this, and
It looked good to
trying
me.
to check if Lutus Epamla's got something behind the line.
He
That
does.
angle
It looks like he does, yeah.
And I mean, that's the
Now
only angle we
they're
have.
trying
So
to see the right on angle from the side. Let's see.
that's
That's
out.
out.
That's out. Okay.
Yes,
So the umpire is confirmed. Markram is out. 70 of 33 balls. Great innings by Aiden Markram. More than 200 strike rate. That's definitely the type of batting that you need. And yeah, like Mpo said there, taking some pace off, bit shorter ball, and Markram just getting under it a little bit too much. Not enough distance this time to beat Dwayne Pretorius at mid-off.
Hey you, it's time to say goodbye to expensive data top-ups and start living an unlimited data life with Rain. Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. And if you order a SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it for free. Mahala. Rain, your unlimited data network.
Yes, they're going to deliver it for free. The next man to be delivered into the crease by the Take-A-Lot Eagles is Andile Petlugwayo. If you looked on Twitter, he was hitting the ball very long as he was getting some throwdowns from Jeff Toyana there. And so Andile getting ready to face up. It's actually AB de Villiers who'll be facing up to the new ball from Sipamla as they crossed in the middle. AB is the secret to this team. One more wicket and you get into Carl Verena as well as Bjorn Fortuin, Junior Dollar, and that's what the Kites will be looking for. 2 more wickets to open up the bowlers here in this match.
Kingfishers hoping that the wickets can fall. AB de Villiers off the middle stump, strokes this beautifully through extra cover to the boundary for another 4. 43 of 18 is AB de Villiers.
As if no wickets falling.
23 for 2. Just all of a sudden he's got close to 50. Wow, it's been so long since I've seen him play, especially play here in South Africa, and it's so nice to have him back in Pretoria where he belongs. AB de Villiers, what a brilliant player. 120. One, two, three for 2.
It's like he never left.
It's like he never left. Absolutely.
43
Rain
off
starts play.
18.
Thank you, Rain, for bringing AB back. Lutus Sipama outside of stump touches this, does AB de Villiers to the third man boundary. There's nobody there because everybody is in front of square, and just showing once again the opportunities with only 6 players in the field, and of course the 7th and 8th being the bowler and the wicketkeeper. Just touches back to ball, rolls neatly down to third man. AB de Villiers showing the other batsmen perhaps what to do to get some easy runs.
Mr. 360 showing us how to get runs all over the field.
They still haven't moved somebody backward of the guys are just
But you
backward
still-
of square.
But you can't put somebody there. You honestly
That's
can't.
used to.
You-
Well, it's not
You're gonna
useless,
have to
but
live with 4s going down there,
Yes.
unless if you have a sprinter
You've
or
gotta have some
your wicketkeeper comes across to stand in like a first slip type of.
yeah,
that's
Sipama's
exactly what I was expecting.
got to be a no ball there, very high, full toss, and AB de Villiers works this to square leg where they get a single. They're going to look for maybe another one. No, that's just a single there. 128 for 2 after 9.5 overs. Up to 13 now is the run rate,
And just looking
13
at
balls left in the Eagles' innings.
Just looking at the way Sapamla responded to being just guided for 4 by AB de Villiers, what he wanted to do was pitch it in full to make it very difficult to sort of open the face of the bat. Because if you miss that, it's hitting the stumps.
Yes, you've got a ball straight here, especially if you're gonna have all your fielders behind square. in front of square, not behind. Yes, you have to ball straight. You can't err leg side or offside. There you do have some protection if you err offside, but it's very hard.
Oh,
the off stump.
He chops it on. The first ball is faced. Petlukwayo is out. Played on. Bowled by Luto Sipamla. Sipamla goes 2 for 27 of 2 overs. What a wicket there for the Kites. Dangerous.
Or chopped.
It's been a tough over for Luto Sipamla. AB has been playing him like a guitar there, but the moment they manage to get a single and Petlukwayo on the other side, he gets that wicket. Petlukwayo chopping onto the stumps. He was cramped for room. Andile didn't know where to put the ball or where to play the ball, and he ended up with the ball actually coming off the under edge onto the stumps, cutting it down. And now another wicket has fallen, and that brings in Carl Verreynne, who made his debut for the Proteas in ODI. And did he play some T20s? No, he hasn't played
T20s. Did he play it an ODI?
He played some ODIs. I just need to check if he played some T20s. Carl Verreynne he did play ODIs and T20s, 3 each for the South Africans.
100 in his first game.
Oh yes, yes, I remember now.
And so he
remember
comes
Janaman Malan scored
129.
duck and 100.
Yeah.
He scored 100 duck.
Oh, okay,
And then
I see.
Anouk Nokia, the battle of the youngsters, if you can say that, Anouk 26-year-old against Carl Verreynne. To actually AB de Villiers this time, actually. He cuts it down to third man. Great fielding there by Dwayne Pretorius. He's going to try and save the 4. And he saves the 4, but they run 3. So he only saves 1 run there. Great fielding from Dwayne Pretorius. He had to come around from point to try and save that ball at a third man region there. AB de Villiers, the second milestone of the day, 51 runs, the second batsman to get through to 51 runs.
Great bit of work there from Dwayne Pretorius just to keep it in. He's put in the effort there, and it's not easy to slide around on that sandpaper that they cast up
In the Highveld,
in
Centurion there.
yeah.
Eagles sitting on 131 for 3 after the fall of Andile Petlukwayo, and Carl Verreynne facing his first ball.
Nokia into Verreynne, who plays that down the leg side to Sipamla at a squarish. It's more of a backward square leg there for a single. 132 for 3. Carl Verreynne, knowing what he needs to do, give AB the strike. So essentially, for the last 10 balls of this Eagles innings, you want AB to face as many of them as possible. Remember, this broadcast is brought to you by Rain. South Africa. Rain starting play today in giving us the first live sport event in South Africa since COVID. A full toss, a baseball shot, flat batted shot down to long on for a 1 bounce forward there from AB de Villiers. Björn Hendricks couldn't do much to save that. It went like a rocket. It should be a no ball. But AB de Villiers makes the most of poor bowling from
that's what it is. He didn't rub it in well enough, so his hands aren't dry. The
problem is, you'll see, is if he's rubbed it in too well, then it's going to stick in the hands.
Exactly.
With the sandpaper
Yo.
hands. Mbash.
He's Mbash, yes, my man.
Bashile, which is very dry hands, or very dry.
Very dry
skin.
in general,
Yes.
yes.
So the projected score is 155 for the Eagles.
I suppose at
The strike rate, yes.
batsman. A short ball from Anouk Nokia pulled down to deep mid wicket for a 6. That the Rain catches there, or the ball catches sponsored by Rain, could not even get to that ball, and it's another 6 for AB de Villiers.
Donald Trump would say that was huge.
That was huge. That was
Biggest
massive.
number ever scored there. The biggest number.
Tremendous.
Tremendous. I've never seen a 6 hit that well in my life. You know, umpires have said that it was the most sixest 6 in order of 6 hitting there, and really positive.
Masterclass there from AB. Anrich Nokia goes full. AB goes long. It's up in the air. Is somebody underneath it? It's coming down with ice. And the Iceman here is a Björn Hendricks who takes the catch. AB de Villiers lives by the sword, dies by the sword, is out for 61 of a 24.
Anrich Nokia getting the last laugh there. 142 for 4. The Take-A-Lot Eagles. 10.5 overs gone. And now there's 2 new men at the crease. You live by the sword, die by the sword, but you almost think that David de Villiers had to be the one to take it right to the end and finish things out. But unfortunately, he cannot make that count. And Björn Hendricks collects that and says, "Thank you very much." That is the end of
Very,
his
very.
61 from 24.
Of all the bowlers to take on, Heinrich Nokia, in my book, would not be the best. He's had very good figures so far from his 2 overs, taking a wicket in his first for only 5 runs, and then only conceding about 7 in the second. After a few boundaries here, he
Yes,
gets
so
himself a wicket, so
here
he's
comes-
definitely bowling like
Here
a
comes
champ.
a man whose bowling is going to be very important later on, Bjorn Fortuin. But
Oh,
Anrich Nokia with the block hole Yorker there to Carl Verena. He can't he can't use any of that pace to get himself a run. And it's a dot ball to end that over. It's a wicket with 14 off that over from Nokia. But very good back end of that over from Anrich Nokia. The Eagles now have 2 batsmen who haven't had any batting practice at all, trying to get them in this last over to a total that they can hopefully be enough for them to get the gold. I don't know if it's a gold medal or gold in this tournament,
A gold.
in this match.
How many would you say do they need from this last over?
I would. Okay, there's 36 on possibly.
Sure.
I'm
More if there's no
Because
Yeah.
I always thought a winning score today. Initially, when I woke up, I thought a winning score would be 160, which is about 13 runs and over. So they need 18
Okay.
off this over to get to about 160.
Very possible, very possible. I was thinking at the halfway point that 130, 140 would be enough. But looking at how the Eagles are batting now, yeah, I'm going to sit around 150, 155.
Okay, good. So that's exactly where projected score is. Lucas Pamela in again, and he's bowled it a full toss, and it's kind of died off the bat there. Probably not quite what they wanted, but they're going to scamper through for comfortable 2. Great throw there in the end, and hitting the stumps with the direct hit.
Yes, that came off the thigh pad of Bjorn Fortuin. There'll be leg buys there. It was a full toss right on that little corner where your thigh pad meets the pad there. But great presence of mind from Fortuin to run the 2.
Great throw there.
David Miller showing us.
Wide.
Should that not have
Again,
been
the Rasta
Snobola?
guys
That's
out
the
there.
question.
But you can do fielding drills. Afternoon GCSA, I find your room jolly scary. Even and Paul looks a wee bit down. It's all the green around here.
Envious of those who get to play Test cricket. That's what it is. Let's be honest here.
I agree.
Pamela in again, and he's bowled it back of the length. There's a wild swipe there from Bjorn Fortuin. It goes down the ground, and they'll pick up 2 quick runs. Very good running there from the 2.
Yes, very good straight bowling and full from Supamla to bring in a David Miller. You can see David Miller stretching out his arm
out
there.
that Rasta
Hasn't
man.
been throwing for a while there, unless if you've got acres of space in your house.
Yeah.
Um,
A guy like Heinrich Nokia was on a farm for a lot of lockdown, so he had quite a bit of space, but not everyone has such luxuries, huh?
mm.
So Pamela in again, and it's a
Oof.
wider ball this time. Fortuin tries to come across and dink it to a fine leg region for the lap paddle, but he does manage to get away. It's a 4.
Yes, a very, very good 4 there. Use of the creases was very clever there by Bjorn Fortuin to come over onto the off stump and lap it down very fine to fine leg. The
Not
field is
pretty, but effective.
100%. That looks great to me, man. That looks fantastic. Looks like the type of stuff that I'd specialize in, you know. Just run it down to the backwards boundary as often as you
Put your
can.
bat there and it'll go
Use the
somewhere.
pace of the ball.
yes,
Do what you
13
need to
runs
do.
and over right now for the Eagles.
At level like League 5, last man stands. There is no pace.
Pamela in to Bjorn Fortuin.
Oh.
It's a short ball. Is it going to be called wide? They run
Yes.
the single there. It is going to be called wide by umpire Pelika. So there's another ball that needs to be bowled there by Sipamla. And the score goes to 151 for 4.
One wide signal there by Palaka. Tsepo,
That's me.
how important is it that players are focused on what they need to achieve? Are they just rusty and they've not been able to implement game plans, or is it that they're just not physically there?
I think it's a combination of things. Just as Pamela comes in, pitches this one right full on the stumps. Carl Verena plays this to the offside, might pick up 2 runs there. Yes, picks up 2 runs. Score 154 for 4. And I think it's a combination of things. It's the new format, coming back from the lockdown, and I mean it's not even a serious game. So no one's really thinking about.
This is serious. They're playing for charity.
Yeah, but I mean they're not playing for their paycheck, you know. Yeah,
If it was a World Cup,
yeah,
we'd
different
see,
story.
South Africa.
We see a lot more tactics. We see South Africa there. So Pablo pitches this one very, very, very wide. Is it given? The umpire doesn't give it as a wide.
It was on the wide line,
oh,
and
wow.
he got away with it.
So let's have a look at that.
That is past the wide line.
So Law 22 will tell you that it is within reach of the striking batsman. That was within reach of the striking batsman.
'Cause he moved.
Because he shifted back
I see.
once he's moved across. And I think that's what umpire Paleka would have decided is not a
So then well
Chennai
bowled from
Super Kings
Pamela.
are trying to play the Mumbai. Oh, sorry, it's not IPL. The Kites.
Canaries.
Last ball of the over, double steps, 6 runs onto just clearing the cover fielder on the boundary. 160 for 4 is the final score here for the Eagles,
80
as predicted.
off that last over.
As
160
predicted.
for 4. Great inside out cut there over the top from Carl Vereen.
Slice of pizza
Oh!
there.
Yes, hitting the rain boards there, right in the middle of Rain Starts Play. Remember, our broadcast is brought to you by Rain South Africa there. Do go to rain.co.za to have a look at the unlimited data packages they have for you. Unlimited data is something that we all need.
Hey, you.
Yes, so that's the end of the first innings, the first batting segment of the Eagles. They've in their 2 stints, they've scored 160 for 4. That's the total to chase for all the other teams. That means the Mr. D Food Kites, who scored 58 in the first innings, need to score 102 to tie, 103 to lead.
Shoo.
And the Outsurance Kingfishers need to score 104 to tie and 105 to essentially win if the Mr. D Kites don't get to their Take-A-Lot Eagles score. They're looking at the bowling scorecard.
Yeah, John Rod Smuts, 2 overs, 1, just a single dot ball. They're 0 for 27. Heinrich Nokia, 3 overs, 2 for 27. Björn Hendricks, 2 overs, 0 for 26. And you'll see that Lutus Pamela is the other man who picked up 2 wickets for these gentlemen out there today. The
Kites.
Mr. D Food Kites, yes, Temba Bavuna's team that has bowled really well here. I think to restrict, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the teams look to attack in this next passage of play. Tsepo, what are you advising? Obviously, we're saying 161 is the goal target, but what are you as a coach, Wandile Gwavu, Jeff Toyana, or Mignon Korea? What are you saying?
I'm saying get out there, get runs quickly as you can. Take advantage of the rustiness of the bowlers getting in, and give yourself as little to do at the end of your innings as possible.
So we've got a tweet from Chris TB, who's also part of our Lockdown Sports Chris Team Silver. This morning we were arguing with Robin Peterson. Well, AB Muller said 180 is a winning score, and I felt it was too high, and I said I'm expecting around 160, to which Robin Peterson said, gents, they're coming back, so try and give them a little bit of grace. So Chris TB's put a photo of my little message on the WhatsApp group, and he tweeted to saying that 1WSR, our commentators know their stuff. So that's
screw.
screw. So I have evidence on social media that I called 160.
It's like a gym up in here, flexing on everyone.
Oh, Dave, I have missed you. I have missed you.
I've missed you too, my friend. I've missed cricket and
Yo.
I've missed live sports. I think I shared a Bafana Nigeria game that we were missing out on. And you know what I have missed out on is being able to connect in the internet and with unlimited rain data, you can do more of everything. You can watch YouTube non-stop and have never-ending video calls. I mean, someone who's got a long-distance girlfriend, I dream. This is the dream. Rain lets you lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. If you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they deliver it free, mahala. Everyone is struggling financially, so everywhere you can make some money, please do. Rain, your unlimited data network. Dry, but warm in Centurion today.
What do you mean dry but warm? It's not warm. I just came from Centurion. I was freezing.
The sunlight, it's nice and
Look
warm.
at these puffy jackets that I'm coming in here with, my bro. It's cold in
In
Centurion.
the shade, it's freezing.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
shade,
I think it's the wind. The wind is the
Yes,
problem.
yeah.
That's like the main thing. But props to the cricketers for getting out there in this weather, playing some relatively decent cricket, a few overthrows here and there. A man that we're missing is KG Rabada. What's the reason he's not playing?
He
The death in the family.
family, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, with the Susana Magala. So our condolences
To both of them.
both of them during
Yeah.
this time. They, like you said, are sorely missed. Quiddy, what's the story?
Quinny had unforeseen personal circumstances that came up. The press release came through today.
Right.
So that's also hope that it's not too serious. And we do miss. Oh, this format works for Quinny,
Yo.
especially that little flick slash slog down to third man. So that's
The way he spanks it, it's beautiful.
yeah. So that's something that we will be missing. But we've got 24 players on show, present and future Proteas, showing us what they've been doing in lockdown, keeping up with the fitness.
Absolutely.
And the next matchup, it will be the Kites will be batting against the Kingfishers. So Tando Ntini and Gerald Kutsia step up. Hopefully, Tando's first over, if it's anything to go by, is going to be very, very good.
Let's talk about the coaches that have been selected for today. I think it's good that maybe it's just from a distance. Mignon Dupree is a Pretoria-based player.
Yeah, I was thinking the home ground
Juliana
advantage,
is the Northern's coach, and Wandile Guavu is the Lions coach. But I'm really happy to see Wandile Guavu in the mix.
Oh.
As Lions coach, who to step into the shoes of a guy like Enoch
Enoch
Nkwe
Nkwe, yeah.
was never going to be easy. But I think because he'd worked with Enoch before, it's such a natural slot for him to just fill in. And,
Yes.
and he's won the 4-day tournament
And
again.
he won CSA Franchise Coach of the Year.
Exactly.
So here's an
That's what
interesting.
I'd like to see.
Here's an interesting stat. Over the past 4 years,
Yeah.
Jeff Toyana's won Coach of the Year
As a Lions coach.
as a Lions coach.
Mhm.
Mark Boucher won it in his first coach stint as a Titans coach. Then you have Enoch Nkwe,
Lions
Lions coach, franchise domestic coach of the year, and also Wandile Guavu.
Lions coach.
Something's happening at the Lions, and also Luto Sipamla's now joined the Lions.
Mhm.
So too has
Sisanda
Sisanda Magala. So something's very, very good. I spoke with Robbie P. On Tuesday. He joined our quiz team, and
Right.
I asked him if he's going to miss Sisanda. He said he will, but he also said he knows how Sisanda bowls, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they'll be able to try and
Way to fit him in.
try to best Sisanda while Sisanda's wearing Lions red for the Warriors.
Right.
Yes,
right.
yeah.
That Lions bowling attack is absolute fire. Can you imagine a KG, Aldrin Hawken, a Buren Hendricks, a Nono Pongolo, and then you've got Sisanda Magala in the mix.
Even have Pretorius there as an
And
all-rounder.
Luto Sipamla as well.
Oh, Lucas Pamela, oh.
It's looking hot.
Look, can everybody
Hot's
just,
in the high felt.
Everyone just send the trophies to us now, and we'll accept them with two hands. We'll sanitize before, we don't mind. Just bring them to the Wanderers because there's no point in anyone else celebrating, the chances. And yes, we are biased somewhat to our favorite fans.
So the Kingfishers are here, ready out into the field. Tizozo is opening. Well, it's not opening. He's continuing his innings
Resuming.
with John Smuts. He's on 8 not out. You always have the problem with this is you're gonna have to remember the scores
From before,
So
yes.
John Smuts is on 36 not out off 19 balls, and so that's gonna be a interesting. It's gonna be fun to see if they'll be able to chase down the 160 the Eagles said. I said 160 is a good winning target. Let's see if they can catch them. The Kites need 102 to match the Eagles, and the man who has probably the best bowling figures of the day, Glenton Steedman, 1 over, 1 dot ball, 9 runs and 1 wicket. Remember that was the full ball
Dislodged off stump.
that
Oof.
dislodged. Who off stump was it? It was Aiden Markram's off stump.
No. Rusty van der
Rassi van der
Dussen.
Distance off stump. Yes.
Steedman coming in. This one a little outside the line. Tema Bavuma plays us on the offside for a single.
Took the pace off that one.
Absolutely, and I spoke to Vinnie Barnes, the high performance manager for Cricket South Africa, quite recently. He was saying, and I stand to be corrected, but Tandon Tini at one point was bowling off spin.
No
Yes.
ways.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. And Vincent Barnes said to Makaya,
No.
What are you
broke
doing?
Andrew Simon's nose. You knocked out Justin Lang in his 100th test. You gave a bloody nose to Scott Starris. Why is your lighty bowling off spin? Unacceptable.
And interesting, Makai and Joe could say played in the 2018 ICC. Tando.
The under
Yeah,
19,
World
yes.
Cup.
I remember seeing that.
Glenton Steedman, the man from Otur, and coming in full
Ooh,
ball. There,
very full.
slightly full toss, but John Smuts can't get a hold of it. It hits the toe of his back there. Got away with a single there.
Yeah, definitely.
And Glenton Steedman showing everybody
Got away with
why
That should have been punished.
That was the
That-
delivery.
yeah.
Just a look there at Steelman dislodging the stumps of Rassi van der Dussen.
Delivery of the
Previous one
day.
was, delicious, and I think John Smuts, I suppose, he's been left out of the team for fitness in the past, so he can't just be eating
no.
all those
No. John Smuts has a
Steedman, this
diabetes.
one just in line of off stump. Looks like it might be caught.
It is caught.
It is caught, yes.
And long off there by Reza
All
Hendricks.
along.
Yes,
All along.
I just try to figure out. The cameraman's playing us for games
that
here.
was the
But
strangest
Temba
angle.
Baguma is out to a slower ball. It was a cutter there from Glenton Steedman. He rolled his fingers over the ball, and a great catch there from Reza Hendricks. You can see taking pace off the ball is what you need. The Eagles in the dugout must be smiling.
Temba's
right
going
now.
to say Teresa, okay? Just remember. See you at Lions practice. You want to catch me, I'll see how it is. 9 from
We
9
check you.
for Temba Mavuma, the Kites captain. They are 60 for 2, 6.5 overs gone. John Smuts is 37 from 20, but there will be a new man to join him at the crease. Body weight is not exactly where he needs to be there for that shot. He's kind of leaning to one side to try and hopefully chip it up and over, and he's quite
Yes.
high on the bat as
Mhm.
Temba.
So the next man in, it's going to be interesting if Timbich decides to use Dwayne Pretorius or David Miller to come in, but we shall see that. It is, we'll wait for that. It's David Miller. Short ball again, slower ball, missed by John Smuts outside the off stump. Another dot ball. This over's only gone for 2, and we've had 4 balls. So
And the wicket.
yes, and the wicket as well. So the Kites really need to step up and do the things. Let's do the. Hey, with unlimited rain data, you can do more of everything. You can watch YouTube nonstop and have never-ending video calls. Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. And if you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network.
Steelman to Smuts, and he's just smashed that straight back past the bowler to get to 41. It's 4 runs there. He's bowled essentially a half volley there for John Smuts, who's not going to miss out on that. He's a quality cricketer, and he's just lunged into that one, and Steelman has been suitably punished.
Woo.
The only blemish so far on this record for Glenton Steelman.
But as Tsepo said, one boundary and over is something that the captains will take.
Steelman in again, and it's full and wide, and he's just squeezed their way back on a point, but there's a man lurking there
just to do the fielding, and they get through for
Yes.
the single, which will bring on Killer Miller to the wicket. It won't actually, because Smuts has retained the strike. So end of his second there from Steerman, 2 for 16. Single wicket, dot 4 and 1. Kites 65 for 2 after 7. Current run rate is 9.29. Two big hitters at the crease in Paul.
Very, very big hitters at the crease. I love the use of pace that Glenton Steedman brought to the thing. Do you think he is a good replacement for Ver? Because I know you've seen a lot more domestic cricket.
Is it fair to compare?
It's not. But we need that bowler who's going to keep, who's has the ability to keep that accurate control when your guys go quickly. Luto is also a very good option.
Is perhaps, and he's a little bit more stable in his game. I think Linton Steelman is still a bit fresh in terms of things. But Tando Ntini is the man who will take over.
Yes, Tando getting ready to bowl his second over. His first over went for 13. Otto, let's go.
Tandon right arm over the wicket, and this one hits the pads there. I think there might have been an inside edge. Coach Dave is signalling inside edge there. I think that's
Possibly
exactly
going
what
down
happened.
leg as
Let's
well.
have a look.
Umpire
Speared
Simon.
in.
Oh, it's an inside edge. It's an inside edge.
Speared into John Smith's pads on a leg stump, and wow.
If he missed that, that is out. That is
Yes.
a very beautiful ball.
So will Tando celebrate like his dad, like Naruto running? That we all love from Mackay.
Tandon into the leg stump of John Smuts. Lifts this off his leg stump to the square leg boundary, and it's a 6.
Yes, 6 runs there for the Kites. It was over pitch. Tandon just slightly missing his length there, and John Smuts just meeting the ball at the sweet spot.
He's got a very similar action to his father, that chest-on action that Steve Harmison, Andrew Flintoff, where it's very chest-on. It's not quite a side-on. It's got the arms together throwing up, so we know who's been coaching him.
71 for 2 after 7.2 overs.
On
Smits.
48.
Yeah, 48 off 25. Miller yet to face a ball. Tandon over the wicket to John Smits. Wide outside the off stump. Slashed to the cover boundary and caught by Faf du Plessis. Tandon has got his first wicket. It's John Smuts out for 48 of 26 deliveries. Straight to Faf du Plessis on the cover boundary.
Yes.
Really good shot there by John Smuts, but he picked out the fielder.
It's quite high up on the bat. That's why it's not quite cleared the rope, but it shows how good today's cricket bats are. Even with the shot that high up on the bat, it's nearly carried.
But
all the
also,
way.
you would have expected a ball like that to rise slightly higher, but obviously,
Altitude, you would think,
but
he was aiming to put that over mid-off, but
But it
it
also
sliced
shows
off
that-
the outside, thick outside edge to point.
that the ball coming off the pitch might be slightly,
Sticky.
compared to what we're normally used to.
It's not going to, spring out the deck. I think we saw a Lungingi delivery
Yeah.
that really jumped, but he had to seriously bend
Yes.
his back.
And
to
that
get
one, Tando tried to bend his back as much. It's an effort ball there
much
from
back
Tando.
there too. He's still small.
He's
He must,
20.
He must spend time with Lungi, because Lungi knows what it means to spend time in the gym.
But that brings in Dwayne Pretorius to face his essentially go to the non-strikers end. David Miller will be facing the next ball. 71 for 3, 7.3 overs remaining. The Kites need a lot more runs to go. They need 91 runs to get to even the total of the Eagles.
Tandon around the wicket to the left-handed David Miller, who tries to play a cover drive there, and his outside edge is beaten by Tandon.
I must say,
Two new batters at the crease. Miller has faced one, no run.
I must say, when I looked at this Kingfishers bowling lineup,
Yeah.
they don't have Proteas apart from Shamsi
Yes.
And-
he didn't exactly, shine.
today,
Yeah,
but
no.
the quicks have just been on the
Fresh.
point.
Fresh.
Yeah.
To lose. They
Yeah.
know that this doesn't matter.
Oh, look, it's an audition. It's an audition.
Yes.
71 for 3. David Miller cuts this one down to a fine third man for 4 runs. Tandon straying a bit wider this time.
Yes.
And David Miller just hanging onto the back foot, cutting this nice and fine, and 4 runs.
I think that's something Tando needs to work on in his game, is how he how he works, the lines he bowls to left-handers, because that needed to be straight. You want David Miller to hit straight. And
not too straight.
well, we know, but
It's got to be a lot fuller, I think.
It-
If he's going to bowl back of the length in dry conditions like this.
yeah, an outside off stump is just easy for David Miller to just hit to shape the bat for four.
Last ball of Tando Ntini's over, 75 for 3. It goes around the wicket to Miller. Outside off stump, slashed by Miller. And this time there's a man at the third man boundary. They're going to come back for a second. And the run out is not quite there for the Kingfishers. The Kites 76 for 3.
Yes,
They took
11
one
for
run
over.
there. So dot 6, wicket dot 4, 1. All in all, a good over from Tando Ntini, I would say, with the 11 runs and the wicket. And nice.
Look, they need about 15 and over now.
Yes.
And so 11 is something that AB de Villiers would be happy with
Yes.
in the dugout. So
And
too-
Reza
and
Hendricks
so
as
too
well.
Reza Hendricks, 'cause
Yeah.
if you just need to chase 160, even though you are 104 runs behind, you can give yourself something to go. Remember, the Kingfishers have already lost 2 wickets. And the 2 men back in the hut for them are Yanaman Malan, as well as Reza himself. So it's going to be essentially Faf du Plessis and Gerald Coetzee starting again, with Heinrich Klaassen getting ready to use those long levers to take his team to victory for assurance.
So here we have Gerald Coetzee going over the wicket, very wide outside off stump through to the keeper Klaassen. And there's some exercise for the umpire.
He was very good in his debut in the MSL. He was selected as a rookie for the Jersey Stars, and he bowled very well at the Wanderers in his debut. He played 2 games for the Stars
Yeah, it
in
looks-
this MSL, so he's a prospect, and he plays for the Knights as well. So he's got Alan Donald.
Looks like he tried the
Oh, red
cutter
ball
there and
too.
it slipped out of his hand a little bit. 77 for 3. And Gerald Coetzee goes to Miller. That is just a wonderful shot by David Miller through mid-wicket. That was a really nice flat 4-iron shot there. And
So-
1 bounce
A
4.
couple of these guys played golf yesterday at Serengeti,
Right.
and there's a picture of David Miller taking a tee off.
Right.
There at Serengeti Golf Estate. Looked like it was a par 4.
Okay.
So yeah, they maybe got their eyes in yesterday, but this one was wide to the left-handed David Miller, and it was just easy for him to pick it up.
I've seen
Mhm.
a social media video where a guy played a sweep shot to tee off at a driving range.
81 for 3. David Miller, full outside off stump faces Gerald Coetzee. This one goes out to mid-off and there's no run.
And,
Well, they
and,
take a single, sorry. 82 for 3.
and you see that obviously Gerald Coetzee is raw. He's
Yes.
wants the pace. It's now him getting the angles correct, the lines correct. In his
Andre Nel vibes. I don't know why. Just
Poss-
that, and if he's angry as Andre Nel, well, he might have a decent test career behind it. But my
he
word.
just needs to just get I think a season
Rotate.
under his belt right now, and maybe Alan Donald will help him at the Knights.
Dwayne Pretoria is facing his first ball over the wicket to the right-hander, inside edge, past the stumps and beats the keeper on the onside for a 4 runs down to the fine leg boundary. Very fine there past the keeper, 86 for 3.
And I want to just say I feel very vindicated about Wandile Makwetu, and I know I've shamelessly
Mhm.
mentioned him before. Wandile Makwetu played, I think, 1 or 2 4-day games for the Titans.
Yes.
He's now domestic newcomer of the year at the Knights.
So that story came
He
out
is
during the
one
week.
of the
That story came out during the week, and when we're
Leadership.
talking about Black Lives Matter, Wandile Makwetu was dropped from the Knights for an attitude problem. But one of the games he played, I'll talk after this break.
Gerald Coetzee over the wicket to Dwayne Pretorius. He tries to scoop this over the wicket keeper, doesn't get anything on it. And Klaassen is appealing for the catch behind, but there was no contact, a dot ball.
Yes, so he played those 2 games. The one game he played, he just came back from his traditional rites of passage. And he was asked to play essentially a week afterwards.
Right.
And he didn't have a great game.
Sure.
And then the second game, obviously, didn't do well.
Right.
And he wasn't given more opportunities, and he was dropped for supposedly attitude. And
Could see over the wicket to Dwayne Pretorius. Again, the inside edge. This time it goes to fine leg area, mid-wicket area. They come through for the second and they'll make their ground easily. Throw was a bit wayward there. If the throw had been on the stumps, Pretorius might have been in trouble, but he left his bat behind and he made his ground safely. 88 for 3 after 8.5. Pretorius on 6 off 3. Miller on 10 off 5.
So essentially, with the Black Lives Matter movement, in cricket, it's about getting players of color opportunities, and
Could
he
see
got his opportunity at the Knights.
Over the wicket on the toes of who was that? That was Dwayne Pretorius again, the right-hander, and he just fell over himself, squirted the ball out. They take a single. 89 for 3. Pretorius retains the strike. 9 overs gone, 3 to go for the Kites. They have to do a lot of work to get close to the Eagles now.
Remember, this broadcast is brought to you by Rain. #Rain starts play. Life's too short for bad internet. It's time to upgrade to faster 5G with Rain. Rain's got the widest 5G coverage in SA. Choose unlimited 5G from as little as $699 a month with no contracts and a free-to-use 5G router available in Cape Town and Gauteng with free delivery from rain.co.za. Rain, your unlimited data network.
There's no such thing as an enjoyable cut-in connection.
Shamsi over the wicket, left-handed, goes to Dwayne Pretorius, who pulls this ball to mid-wicket.
Yes!
One of the rain catches with a giant net has taken a screamer up there on the grass embankment.
And he's enjoying it on behalf
Loving life.
of everyone who couldn't attend the Centurion Park game today. He did a proper celebration there.
Good shot.
Yeah, Dwayne Pretorius
Very,
can
very
wield
good
the
shot.
willow and right into the mid-wicket area,
Into
straight
the
into the
basket.
net.
What a man.
Shamsi again, short. Dwayne Pretorius again pulls, caught on the boundary. No, 6.
Through the hands of Tando Ntini and he loses his pads.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
no.
that's 6. The Kites need 59 to catch the Eagles with 16 balls remaining in this innings. Can they do it? So far, it seems like they could.
He caught with donut hands. Tando Ntini.
Oh.
Your rust, my friend. It is a cruel mistress to all and
We
sundry.
have a tweet from Knuckle. He said, turned on to 3TC and the ball boy catches the 6 in a net. I'm
Yeah.
hooked.
Another 4 by Dwayne Pretorius. He just flat batted this straight back past Shamsi, bowling left-handed over the wicket. Yeah, he just got the gap between Miller and the umpire there at the other side of the wicket. No, the umpire had to duck. That was straight over the head of the umpire. Shamsi in again to Pretorius, slashes this across the line. It squirts out to the fine leg boundary.
Ooh,
And a misfield
that
there.
gets a run.
Let's see if they took advantage of that.
They
It
just
looks
ran it
like
too.
they did. They ran 2. Dwayne Pretorius is back on strike. He's now got 25 of 8. 2 balls to go in Shamsi's over. Shamsi is not doing the Eagles and the Kingfishers any favors. 107 for 3
We
now.
have a tweet
2
after
balls
this
to go
ball.
in Shamsi's over. Over the wicket he goes. And Dwayne Pretorius lifts this one from outside the off stump to the mid-wicket boundary and
Yes.
into the net of the rain catchers there in the outfield. They are doing a sterling job there and celebrating appropriately as we would if we were there. 113 for 3. 1 ball to go in the Shamsi over. That is now 12, 16, 18, 24 runs off the over.
The guy's taken the catch behind his back with the net.
Again to Dwayne Pretorius, who drives this or swats this across the line to the square leg boundary for another 4 runs. And Shamsi,
28 off that over. 28. This is the over that the Kites needed to get themselves back in the hunt. To brace Shamsi very short with his lengths in that over, and he was dispatched as you would have expected from the quality of batsmen that we have today.
yeah, 56 of 3 overs for Shamsi. His bowling
So
figures
we
look
have,
like mine. 117 for 3.
So we have a tweet from
huge over
the
there.
T Genius Dizzy Yates saying, y'all covering lacrosse now. Well, it seems like we are. Maybe that's a new thing. Imagine if they gave all the fans these nets to catch it with if they go into Centurion when we allowed people back in. And if you catch it in your net, like these two have, you get paid money.
That's gonna cause injuries.
Ping pong paddle net.
117 for 3 of 10 overs are the kites now. They need 33. And
good
this one
ball.
into David Miller, steered in by Stuurman outside the off stump, and it is just pressed down into the ground by David Miller. They go through for a single. It seems that Dwayne Pretorius is the man on fire
A
at
bit
the
of
crease.
Glenton, everyone, in your
118
in
for
your
3.
T20 sides.
Glenton. It reminds me of Glen T.
Yes, but a bit of Glenton in your MSL sides. He doesn't have an MSL contract. No. Is he, imagine those cutters that are block hold cutters in green and gold of the Proteas could be something.
Stuurman is coming in again now to the right-handed Pretorius over the wicket and short, and just is tipped over the head of the wicket keeper. As we've said before, nobody there behind the wicket keeper. 4 runs, 122 for 3. Good shot there by Dwayne Pretorius. Stuurman dug this one in short, and Pretorius attempted that shot before. This time he got it right.
Chris TB saying twice in an over, replying to Knuckle. That's the pace of Glenton Steedman lends itself to be for you to be able to set yourself and guide it early past the.
If he works on being able to swing the ball, it's great that he's able to bowl variation, slow balls, cutters, and like. If he can genuinely swing the ball, he's going to be dangerous.
Stuurman in again over the wicket, wide outside off stump, and driven by Dwayne Pretorius, drop short of the fielders there at the boundary. They go through for another 2.
Extra cover
124 for 3. Pretorius now 41 off 12. Wow.
36 needed to tie the Eagles with 9 balls remaining. So essentially, it's very possible, and a very good total setup. For the Eagles. Knuckles says behind the back was beautiful.
Stuurman in again, and this one is speared in at Pretorius' feet as he stepped away to the leg side, goes down to square leg. They take another 2, 125 for 3, and that is 2 balls now to go in the 11th over for the Kites.
Paul, you're the basketball man. Can we say, like, when something like that's the catch behind the head, the catch behind the back, can we say Kobe?
You good?
Okay.
126 for 3, sorry.
On the boundary should say Kobe. Or the batsman
Stuurman
should say
over the
Kobe.
wicket, outside off stump, driven down to mid-off by Dwayne Pretorius. They should only get 1 for that,
they
and
do.
he once again retains the strike at the end of the 11th over, 127 for 3. The Kites, 6 balls. Oh, so 1 more ball, sorry.
Remember,
127
you
for
can
3.
tweet into us at Gorilla SA, GUERILLA SA, and at One World SR, 1, the number, World, WORLD SR. We can read your tweets live. Let us know what you think of this new form of the game called
Stuurman
T20
around the
cricket.
wicket spears this into the pads of David Miller, who went to the onside, stepping away from his wicket. Stuurman followed him really beautifully. They
Some
take
totals
1
in there.
single, 128 for 3. So another
It's a walk there.
32 runs behind they are now, hey? Am I right? 32 runs behind this 160 score,
Yeah.
which is the gold score at the
Yes.
moment.
Bills at Bills 25, Bilal at Bills 25 saying if we could merge Pretorius for his batting and Andile for his bowling, we'd have our ideal all-rounder.
But Andile can bat like that. He's a dangerous batter. He was really playing a lazy shot when he got out.
The other man who I think should have been in the changes that were made for the Kingfishers was Vian Mulder. I thought they'd go for an all-rounder for this team. But we're happy with Joel Kutsia. He's still not out for the Kingfishers, so we'll see if they'll be able to get there. But it might be a straight shootout. 6 balls remaining, 34 needed.
Ooh, good ball there by Tando Ntini outside the off stump. Miller couldn't free his arms. He just drives this down to mid-off, the left-handed David Miller. He's on 12. now, and 129 for 3, 5 balls to go in the Kites innings. 5 balls to get to 161 to beat the gold score of the Eagles as it stands right now. And the Kingfishers have 56 in the bag, 2 wickets down. And they have only faced 6 overs. Tando Ntini comes over the wicket to the right-hander. Dwayne Pretorius outside off stump, but he drives this straight down to mid-on. Is somebody going to catch it? No, it hasn't been cut off all along the ground there. 4 runs to Dwayne Pretorius. He's on 48 now, I think. 133 for 3, 4 balls to go. He's certainly going to give it a go and give the Kingfishers some scoreboard pressure, even if it is just to avoid winning this bronze medal.
Dane Patterson is another name that sticks out in my mind that I think should have perhaps also been a part of it. But obviously it was kind of who's available, who's quite close, because maybe guys like.
We're going to tweet from Leah after this ball.
Tando Ntini into Pretorius, full on off stump, excellent ball, and Pretorius drives this to mid-on. Fielder coming in, keeps it down to 1. 134 for 3 are the Kites, and 3 balls to go in their innings to get to 160. I don't think they're going to make that from this position. Miller hasn't looked in full devastating touch as he usually is.
So Leah says
He's
3
facing
teams.
now.
Leah says 3 teams, the Fishermen reeling in the 6s, the sheer glorious madness. Absolutely love it.
There we go. This is the time of madness. 134 for 3. Tando Ntini around the wicket to David Miller, who plays across the line out to mid-wicket boundary. Saved.
Yes, he did.
Saved
Hey,
at the
fuck
boundary,
pussy.
and they'll go through for 2. Very well done. And the Eagles will also say thank you, Captain Fantastic. Pretorius goes to 49, is on 49. Miller, get you his score now, and yes,
Oh,
Faf du
beautiful.
Plessis, very
Beautiful
accurate,
on the boundary.
Yes, the elder statesman.
very clinical, and
So we have a
keeps it down to
question
2.
that maybe
Yes.
our sponsors Rain could help with.
Tando Ntini around the wicket to David Miller, and he swipes across the line. The gets an inside edge, and it's going to run out to backward square leg. And they take a 137 for 3. Yes.
Knuckle Os, are these kits going on sale? I like the Kites yellow number with the pink bird silhouettes. The Kingfisher's green is too washed out. Well, the Kingfisher's green is an outsurance green.
Yes.
And Outsurance is an insurance company in South Africa, and they have a green and purple. They sponsor our referees in rugby and in our domestic PSL, our domestic soccer league, and they look this green. It's the most.
Tando Ntini over the wicket to Dwayne Pretorius, drives this forcefully out to the man on the boundary, and they take a single.
And that eliminates the
138
Kites
for 3.
from this match. The Kites can only get this end up with 138 for 3.
Yeah.
22 behind the Eagles' score. Very good death bowling from Glenton Steedeman and Tando Ntini to restrict the Kites to 138. Now it's the showdown between
Yes.
the Kingfishers and the Eagles.
Can
The
the-
Eagles defending their 160.
Can the Kingfishers get the silver medal, perhaps the gold medal? And can the Eagles do the Kites a favor and have them walk away with the bronze instead of the silver here? So all 3, well, we know that the Eagles will at least have a silver medal at this point. So this is the gold showdown now between the Kingfishers, who are batting, and the Eagles defending their own score of 160.
And if you look at that scorecard from the Kites, John Smuts 48 for 26, Rickleton 10 of 10, Bavuma 9 of 9, Miller 15 of 10, Pretorius 50 of 17 balls.
Wow.
But it wasn't enough to get to the 160. I think they left it too late. Wicket, that Temba Bavuma wicket falling in that second over of the second stint really set them back. But Glenton Steedman's first over in that second stint was pure bowling masterclass, taking the pace off and just providing his team with every chance of winning this match. The Kingfishers need 104 to take us to a super over and 105 to win.
It's a big ask, eh? It's a very, very big ask.
6 overs. So we'll see what happens now, and the Eagles have a chance to make sure of the gold. And they're warming up a little bit there in the field. There's a short break and rain will start play. Hashtag rain starts play. You know, with unlimited rain data, you can do more of everything. You can watch YouTube non-stop, have never-ending video calls. Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. And if you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it for free. Rain, your unlimited data network, and our sponsor for the day. Thank you very much for them. Go on over to rain.co.za. I know I will. I hope I'm in the 5G area because they've got
So on
5G
the
as well
website-
for 699 Rand a month, which is less than I'm paying at the moment for 4G.
Yeah.
And I'm going to check if I'm in the rain affected
5G.
area.
You should be. Centurion should be covered. But they have a
I'm not
map
in
on-
Centurion. I'm close to
in Silver-
Yesteris.
Oh, in
Yeah.
the Silver.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
In Silverton.
Silverton,
But
yeah.
you should be. A lot of Gauteng is covered under N5G.
Yeah,
but
go on
they
to
have a
their-
map on the website.
Yeah,
where you
yes.
can check.
Yeah, go onto
Um,
their website and check it out. I
and
will.
it's-
I know I will when I get home.
We've been listening to Otto doing the live reads, and you are by far the most sincere person when you're doing these reads. You're like, oh, get some unlimited YouTube. Definitely check this out. So, Rain, if you need a
My kids are.
spokesperson,
My kids are making some YouTubers really, really rich this lockdown. So they've been watching non-stop almost. They get their allotted time per day on their mobile phones, and boy, they spend every minute watching videos. And with the even during load shedding, they've now learned, 9 and 10 years old, they've now learned to download videos before the power goes out, and then to watch those videos while the power is down. So yeah, I definitely cannot do without uncapped data. And if you're working from home, like I'm lucky enough to be able to do, it's essential.
Knuckles says, I'm a lot quieter and more distant from the rest of you. Is he broadcasting from inside a bucket? Maybe I am. I was just having a little bit of a lunch break here myself before the last
Yeah, and
6 overs.
We are in a small echoey room here as
Yes.
well, so
So-
apologies for that.
Yeah. Yes. So some tweets here. From Jay Grover says, I'm not quite sure about the rules, but it's lovely to hear you chaps again. As long as umpire Barry isn't about to stalk the airways, my heart is weak.
Yeah, shout out to umpire Barry. I hope he's listening, and he's also he's a teacher, so he's also on the front lines. So yeah, all strengths to him and
all the
school
frontline
he's,
workers,
yeah.
thank you.
our medical workers, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
listen,
All
I
the
can-
teachers, thank you very much. To try and keep the economy going, it's very tough here in South Africa because you have the dichotomy of trying to save lives, but also not try but also try to save livelihoods, and
Yeah.
that's the tension that our government feels. And it's really tough. We've had to give up a lot of things, but thank you to those in the hospitals. It's essentially to try and make sure that the hospitals aren't overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you to all of them, and that's what the Solidarity Cup is for.
Yeah.
We're standing in solidarity with all those who are helping us try and fight this virus. And also that's what they're raising money for today for the Solidarity Fund,
Mhm.
PPE for the medical workers, as well as food parcels for those who have fallen on hard times because
Of which
nothing
there are
is-
many.
Yeah, we can't.
And it's
return
not
to
your
normal.
fault. It's like you've been working hard, you've been doing your job, you've been doing what you're supposed to do, and all of a sudden you're out of a job.
Just the pandemic.
It's
like, not
absolutely
joint
shocking.
employers.
And you know what I've realized, and I've heard a couple of guys comment about this in the podcasts I've listened to. These essential workers are the people we pay the least.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what's really, everybody needs to wake up to that. So 56 plays of 6 overs, plays 160 of 12, plays 138 of 12. So
Yeah.
we'll see the Eagles definitely have at least a silver medal in the bag. They're going to try and defend.
So
The Kingfishers are going to try and get
Yeah.
to
they need
161.
to score at 17 and over.
And they lost Yalaman Malan.
Can
and
be
they
done.
lost,
Reza Hendricks.
Reza Hendricks.
Yes, so
Just towards the end of that inning.
it
so
will be Faf and Gerald Kutsia opening the batting.
Carrying
Essentially,
on, yeah.
Yeah, essentially, I think Gerald Kutsia will probably need to. I'm not a fan of sacrificing a wicket, but you've got Heinrich Klaassen waiting to bat. So I'd say, Gerald, if you can't get those fours behind square and on the leg side, try give the strike to Faf. And Faf needs to tee off from the word go.
Yeah, I'm thinking go big or go home.
17 runs and over is steep, but they also need 139 to get a silver medal, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
They're
Yes.
getting medals or whatever it is. So
Like with the robots rolling out the medals like they did in the
Like in
Formula
F1.
One, yeah.
Those were the coolest robots I've ever seen.
Yeah, and
So-
then somebody tweeted, my wife read me this tweet where somebody said, who else wants to see those robots race?
No.
I was trying to figure out. I was like, please don't crash into the drivers. Please don't crash into the podium.
As long as Leclerc's not at the wheel, I guess.
Yes. So we've got Bjorn Fortuin getting ready to open the bowling for the Eagles against. It looks as though it will be Faf du Plessis. Yes, it will be. He's on 1. Gerald Kutsia is on the other side on 4.
Bjorn to Duplessis. Are you going to do ball by ball for us, Tepo?
Yeah, I'd love to do ball by
Okay,
ball.
great.
Beyond to
Oh.
Duplessis, and wow, a long throw in. They tried to go for 2 there, and Faf was
Had to
scrambling
put in a dive. Yeah.
and he had to put in a dive for that one.
Ooh.
Kingfisher on 57 for 2, and a run-out opportunity. It's close.
Carl Varane with the
Still
gloves
nothing.
and
Oh, bat is up. The
Nope.
bat is the bat
Wickets
up?
are, but which hand has got the ball? Because he's breaking the wickets with his left hand. I think the ball is in his other hand.
But is the bat up?
And
Because
the
you can see
bat-
the shoulder of the
Bat is not
very
touching
long.
the
but
ground
remember, the
behind
bell's
the
not
line.
dislodged yet.
Wait, there it is.
So benefit of the doubt would I'd go with the batsman there, but let's see from the other angle.
Going to be a better angle. Oh,
Not
no,
not the
never
best.
mind.
They need to slow it down. Mr.
Something
Producer
broke.
Editor, please slow it
Oh,
down.
no, that's a piece of grass.
Oh,
That's
The
so
stumps are
close.
broken and the bat's on the line, and the line belongs to the umpire.
you could just see that the bat's just
Yes,
lifting a
it's
little.
lifting up a little bit. So that's the other thing.
I'm thinking out.
Okay.
That's
I'm siding with the
Yes.
batsman. I say not out,
oh,
but let's.
benefit of the doubt does go to the batsman. That's true. Oof.
I
It's a
don't
tough one to
know.
call, eh?
Yeah, this is right on the edge. Can we see? I don't see the bat touching the ground
Yeah.
behind the line.
At all.
It's a tough one for the third umpire, Pele
Out.
Gaza.
Out.
It's
Not
not out.
That's the outsurance side.
Ah.
That got you. It's the
Fooled by the
out-
Outsurance logo. 58 for 2. And Duplessis lives to fight another day.
Fontaine for a second ball of the over, coming from around the wickets, just outside the off stump, and Duplessis drives this one to a deep cover and gets himself a single.
Yes.
Kingfisher's on 59 for 2 after
Whoa.
6.2.
That would have been disaster for the Kingfishers if they lost Faf Duplessis cheaply like that.
That would be all she wrote for
Mm.
the Eagles.
Definitely.
Yeah, the Eagles, you could say that they would.
The fat lady has sunk at that point. Fontaine around the wickets. Kutsia plays this onto the leg side. Looks like he'll probably get himself a single. And the Kingfishers move to 60 for 2.
Yes, 60 for 2. Remember, this broadcast was brought to you by Rain, our partners for this broadcast today. As Fortin comes in to to Faf du Plessis, it's a full toss. Faf plays it down the ground to the fielder at long on, and it is a single that is taken. They really need to get the skates going in this innings to try and win this match. Yes, it is an exhibition, but you don't like to lose.
And I mean, they're coming from behind. Oh, Fontaine comes into Kutsia. And this one played once again to the leg side to long on for just 1 run. Kingfisher sitting on 62 for 2 after 6.5 overs. And they really need to put pedal to the metal here because as we know, they're starting from the back.
99 runs needed for gold, yeah.
This one played by Faf du Plessis onto the leg side for another single straight to a fielder. And at the end of the 7th over, the Kingfishers sitting on 63 for 2.
So only 8 runs conceded there by Fortuin.
So I've got some news here. As has been proved with Jofra Archer, going big and going home are indeed mutually exclusive. I can comfortably make that a joke now. It's been revealed that Jofra's only been fined and will be eligible for the third test. Jofra Archer went home yesterday, which is why he broke. They said he broke the bio secure protocols. He just went home on his way to Manchester, and he's a homebody, and so he just wanted to go home. He didn't come into contact with anyone. I think he lives alone. And he went to go pour in petrol, and he broke the team rules, and so he had to retest and be quarantined for 5 days.
Lungi into the attack. This one on the stumps, and Duplessis tries to step across his stumps, a big step, and paddle it over the keeper, but this went straight to the keeper's hands for no run.
Yeah, Lungi Ngidi was quite expensive in his first over, 16 runs conceded. The first one of his second over is a dot ball.
Very good.
And
that nearly
yo,
caught the
it
glove
was-
of Faf du Plessis there, but very good bowling from Lungi, pitching it up there. Faf going down on one knee, taking the knee by force.
Taking the knee as a tactical move.
And this one just missing out. Luckily, he didn't get any glove onto that, because that would have also been disastrous for the Kingfishers. They really need to get going now. They need a big over in either over the seventh over or the next one to kind of give them the platform to attack the 161 set by the Eagles.
Ngidi running in. This one pitched very full, and Faf du Plessis going for the maximum, and he gets it on the leg side. As we said, pedal to the metal. Captain Faftastic does what he needs to do, and it's 69 for 2 after 7.2 overs.
Yes, well, he went big there. Didn't get to go home. But very good shot there from Faf du Plessis. It was overpitched by Lungi, and he picked that up very nicely.
Very nice half one.
Okay, now somebody needs to go and retrieve that ball.
Well, it's at least close
And
to
there
the
is
stands.
there is a
There's
rain
a
catcher there.
there,
But it's
in
a
the
bit
stands.
difficult running in between the seats there on the main
That
grandstand
rain
at
catcher,
Centurion
if he did
Park.
something, that would be amazing.
Actually, hey, it's like picking out a fielder. He's probably freezing there because everyone else is standing in the sun, but he's under the stands, under the shade. Lungi Ngidi once again comes in. Oh, a full toss. Faf du Plessis giving it the treatment, giving it what it deserves, and it just beats the man on the boundary for yet another 6.
Yes, very.
5 for 2. Here we go. We have a cricket match.
Yes,
Yes.
the ball slipping out of Lungi's hands, and
Sanitizer strikes again.
and this time,
Are you allowed?
getting the same treatment. And Aiden Markham on the boundary, looking to try save his team some runs or even get a spectacular catch. Can't get there, and he falls. Hopefully, he doesn't injure himself. Aiden is like, especially this past season, his propensity to get injured doing things that are very
Lungi Ngidi
unnecessary.
Outside, very wide, and spanked for 6. Almost a rain catcher almost caught that one. That's 3 sixes off the over. Lungi Ngidi proving to be very, very expensive,
Yes.
unlike rain internet.
Yes, that is very true.
There we go.
Lungi going full and straight up front. He gets hit, dispatched over his head. The second ball went a little bit shorter. Couldn't get. Well, tried to go a little bit shorter, but it slipped. It became a full toss. And he was dispatched back over his head. This time he went very short and wide, and Faf du Plessis said, "Thank you, I'll put it on the bank."
This ball, almost a half volley off pitch
Oh.
outside off stump, 4 runs. Faf du Plessis is having a draw over here.
This game's not
Taking the
easy, eh?
Kingfishers to 85 for 2.
This game is not easy at all. But remember, the players are coming back. It is their second week back in training, and yeah, it's hitting those lengths and lines with a slight margin of error in this format is very tough. 22 off this over so far. How much more can Lungi go with this last ball remaining?
Now, good quality there by Faf du Plessis, getting low down to hit that half volley. Yes.
Last ball of the over, Lungi Ngidi pitches it short, and it's another dot ball. Starts the dot, ends the dot. A bit of a cutter. It's a cutter, you say?
Yeah, it's a slower ball, and then normally Lungi slower balls come out the side. He rolls his fingers over the ball. Faf went very quickly through that shot, there, and very good use of some skills that Lungi has shown us as to why he became the CSA T20 and ODI Player of the Year.
Definitely has that quality, but today being spanked like a child that took his toys out when he wasn't supposed to.
85 for 2 after 8 overs. The Kingfishers hunting down. 138 by the Kites to take the silver away from them.
And Bjorn Fontaine into the attack once again from around the wicket, and
Gerald
Kutsia
Kutsia.
plays it too long on for a single, giving Faf du Plessis the strike once again, and the Kingfishers sitting on 86 for 2.
Yes, this broadcast is brought to you by Rain. Remember that you can go to their website at rain.co.za. Faf du Plessis facing up to Bjorn Fontaine, looking as to where he needs to put the ball from the lines, a spinner.
Fontaine left arm over the
Oh!
around the wickets and straight into middle stump, and Captain Faftastic is taking his walk to the stands. Kingfishers 86 for 3 after looking very convincing. Oh, they lost the wicket at the worst time.
Yeah, 28
Yes.
off 12. Faf du Plessis is out.
know
Full
what's
and
also-
straight, and he misses the wild swipe across the line, and Fortuin hits the stumps.
Yes, it's time to say goodbye to expensive data top-ups. Start living the unlimited data life with Rain. Rain lets you choose the unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. If you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network.
And that brings Heinrich Klaassen to the crease.
Yes, it does. Glenton Steeman getting ready for his moment in the spotlight there. But a very quick ball from Bjorn Fortuin. He surprised Faf du Plessis there. Didn't give him enough time. And middle stump was dislodged there. Very good bowling from probably one of the best slower spin bowlers in the country. White ball spin bowlers in the country. I remember when he played against India for the Proteas, Graham Smith didn't know who he was.
Wow.
So
Fontaine once again to Heinrich Klaassen, and he just drives this one. Looks like it's going straight to the field. They're going to get himself a single and gets off the mark.
yes,
87 for 3.
it looks like the AB Eagles are very imperious here with bat and the ball. 3 runs off this over from Bjorn Fortuin with the wicket. 2 runs actually.
And that one to Kutsia just played straight to another fielder. Right now, the Kingfishers only rotating the strike. Keeping the scoreboard ticking, but they really want to get that pedal to the middle, as we said. Faf du Plessis was bringing the aggression, but now that he's gone, someone else has to step up.
Wickets.
It's probably going to be Heinrich Klaassen.
Yeah, wickets are very important in this format, and the Eagles are proving that.
Fontaine once again, this one played straight down the ground, but stopped by Fontaine, and the Kingfishers are going to get themselves another single, sitting on 89 for 3.
So 3 singles in this, 4 singles in this over with a wicket from Fortuin. Very, very good bowling from the Lions, a spinner there who came in as an injury replacement for Sisanda Magala.
From around the wicket once again, this one played very square to points, deep points for a single, and that is 5 singles off the over and a wicket. 90 for 3 are the Kingfishers, and that was probably one of the best overs of the day.
Now 3
Yes.
overs to go.
Yes, probably it is the best over of the day. 5 runs with 1 wicket. That's
And
pretty.
it was a big wicket as well. I mean,
Faf du Plessis,
really
yeah,
started
bold.
to ramp up the-
Yeah, clean bowled.
Yeah, very well done.
Well done, Bjorn Fortuin, and the Kites will be firmly behind the Eagles now, and so should all the other Kites and Eagles fans. Kingfishers need 49 runs to get the silver medal, and they need 71 runs from 3 overs to get the gold. So
Big ask.
that
Massive,
is,
massive ask.
yeah,
Yeah.
it can be mathematically
It's possible.
done. It's possible.
Definitely not impossible.
And who have they got coming in after
Glenton
this?
Steerman.
They've got Steerman and Shamsi, and
Yeah.
then it's going to be last man stand. So
And
hopefully
Ntini
we
as
see.
well.
And Tando Ntini is also in the lineup.
Yeah, hopefully get to see
Ntini.
a last man stand.
Yeah, that'll be
situation.
cool.
Great. Pedro Kwai coming into the attack. This one pitched very full, almost Yorker length. And this one played straight to a fielder once again by Kutsia. Just getting himself a single. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking are the Eagles with singles. very, very good bowling. Cramping up the batsman for space, not getting any room to get any purchase on their shots. So very good bowling.
But that's why Petluguayo, and I felt that the team selection was slightly unfair. You got the two best white ball bowlers for the Proteas in the side, and you have the best domestic white ball spinner in the side as well.
Maybe de Villiers. Petluguayo comes in, and this one played straight into the ground. A bum ball. They look like they're going for two.
And they do.
Long off rather, tries to come in to fetch that. They get themselves to 93 for 3.
So who selected these teams? Was it the
It
coach and the
was,
captain, and then
Graham Smith, Mark Boucher, and
okay,
the transformation committee as well.
okay,
So those are the three. Well, I'm assuming the transformation committee's got more than one person, but those are the three entities essentially.
Yeah.
The coach
and so they decided who should be in which team.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Petluguayo for his third ball of the over. Klaassen with a reverse sweep for 4 runs. A very creative shot. That one was pitched very full, right in front of the stumps, and Klaassen just guides it on its way for 4 runs.
Yes, he stood in line of off stump, and he expected the ball to come straight to him, and he decided to just go down and lap it, a reverse lap, essentially to like ramp it.
Like a chip even.
Yeah. To get it down to that vacant third man area for 497 for 3.
Okay, 97 for 3. 3 balls gone in the 10th over.
Petluguayo.
Oh!
Inside edge.
Played
And
on.
Just like that.
And Andile
Andre
I
Klaassen
say.
gone.
Andile reveals a black shirt underneath his blue Take-A-Lot Eagle shirt that says Black Lives Matter. He puts the Black Power salute in the air to celebrate that wicket. There was an inside edge onto leg stump. Heinrich Klaassen is out. The Kingfishers' supposed chase is pretty much going down in a heap. Not even a blaze of glory, just a heap.
Very, very well bowled from Andile Petluguayo. Definitely was one of the pick of the bowlers from the Eagles' first time out.
Yeah,
What a
just
great line
snuck underneath the bat there by Petluguayo, and great bowling by him, showing his support to the BLM movement.
Very
And
emotional salute.
97 for 4. Yeah, closing his eyes with his fist in the air, pulling his shirt over his head to reveal the Black Lives Matter T-shirt that he had on underneath. 97 for 4. And now the Kingfishers look like they are well on their way to the silver medal. And
Well, not really.
To the bronze medal.
cheers, Coach Dave.
It looks like they're well on their way to the bronze medal here. Tando Ntini is in to bat. Young man can play a bit, can hit a ball pretty long. But you now have the two youngsters, the 20-year-olds, Ntini and Kutsia.
And Petluguayo coming from around the wicket to the left-handed Ntini, and Ntini just plays this out to overthrows from the fielder Lungi Ngidi, being pretty expensive today, and Ntini gets himself 2 runs, and the Kingfisher sitting on 99.
Yeah, these prima donna players aren't used to going back to the wicket to cover the wicket. They're expecting somebody from inside the circle to come and do the dirty work there behind the stumps, but the bowlers need to learn in this format to get back there.
Petluguayo from around the wicket to Ntini, and that one just beat the batsman, just beat the stumps, but didn't beat the keeper. It's a dot ball to end the over. 99 for 4 are the Kingfishers, and Andile
Yes.
Petluguayo with figures of 2 for 24. for
Great
his players.
protection of the stumps there by Ntini to dig out that Yorker. And it bounced over his stumps, and Calverain did incredibly well to prevent any further runs coming off of that on the stumps. Behind the stumps there.
Ntini was beaten by that one.
A beautiful winter's afternoon at Centurion, and 99 for 4 are the Kingfishers. They are 39 runs away from getting a silver medal, and they are 62 runs away from getting a gold. They need 62 off the last 2 overs. That's 31 runs and over. A tough task to request them to do so, especially with Ntini and Gerald Kutsia facing up to Junior Dala.
Junior Dala into the attack, and this one right, a very, very, very full Yorker length, and That one was just kept out the block hole for 2 runs by Kutsia. 101 for 4. That brings up the 100.
100 runs up for the Kingfishers. I feel as though we might need something like this later on, possibly later in the year. So we can, because I feel we might need to try this a little bit more.
Yeah, I definitely get a December 5 from here. Junior,
Oh,
this
beautiful
one
shot.
a bit short, and this one just lifted. Oh, caught by the rain.
Catcher.
The
Rain
rain
Catcher on the
They're
bounce.
out there to
Yeah.
catch the rain.
Just like that, Kutsia gets himself 6 runs, 1 bounce to the rain catcher, and the Kingfisher sitting on 107 for 3.
Yes, very good shot there. He played it off his hip, baseball style, down to square leg.
Junior Dalla pitching this one very short and beats Kutsia. Why do I keep forgetting? Beats Kutsia and straights the keeper for a dot ball.
The pace of
The
that
pace,
ball.
yes.
That's what beat Joe Kitsia. He bowls those balls at that pace, but I'm not sure if he can.
If he can face them.
Yeah, but he tried. A very valiant attempt at a pull shot. There, 18 runs off 12, showing us that he's quite handy with the bat.
Even an edge there would have gone for a boundary. Junior Dalla once again. And a swing and a miss from Kutsia again. Unfortunately for Kutsia, not really getting any contact on these balls, not really seeing it very nicely.
Yeah, now they're in the danger of already being out of the contention for the silver medal by the end of this over, because if they don't get some runs here with these last 2 balls, 107 for 4, and they need 32.
32,
Yeah,
It's
from
not
here.
looking very promising. Junior Dalla once again. This one pitched very full, and Kutsia picks it up straight to long off rather, for a single.
Yeah,
Not looking like they're going to make any big runs here. Not really getting enough purchase on their shots for the big boundaries
Yeah,
on
so
a regular basis.
So far, 9 off this over. Very good captaincy from AB in terms of having his premier quicks essentially try and starve the Kingfishers of runs, and then allowing guys like Junior Dalla, who've got the pace, to try and just beat the bat. Then you also give your death bowlers a lot of runs to play with.
Last
Oh.
ball.
Edge and
Edged.
court.
From around the wicket. The
no, there was a
keeper's up,
celebration by Verena.
No,
but
nothing.
There's
Nothing.
no wicket. That was missed, and that would be a dot ball to end the over. How much was off that over? Like
9.
9.
9 off that
Not a
over.
bad over.
108 for 4. The to get to silver, they need to get 31 runs.
Yeah.
And I think that's the target that they're going to try and aim for. Do the Kingfishers in the because it seems as though AB de Villiers on his comeback
Yeah.
gets the gold.
There we go.
Unless if we have no ball sixes and
Stupid amount of no balls. Imagine.
to get to that number, they need 53 to get to the gold target. And then Mumat asks, how many points does the fisherman get for a catch?
He hits the attack, and that one was missed by Kutsia completely. So Kingfishers are still sitting on 108 for 4.
Yes, and I'm not too sure how many points the fishermen get for the catch. How much do you think they should get?
Like
Or is it
that
just
was-
props?
It's just props. It's just to catch without using your hands. And it wasn't like a clean bounce, you know. They're probably getting paid to be out there anyway. So, yeah.
Yes, very true. They're probably getting paid to be out there. Joe Kutsia facing up to that is Lungingiti. And this
one pitched a little close to the stumps there. And this one just opened the face of the bat. Goes very square to Rassi van der Dissen on the point boundary for 1 run. Kingfishers on 110 for 4. Looks like, sorry.
Knuckles says, whoever gave the fishes on a hill, that's a nice word for them, matching polka dot shorts. Well done.
Yes.
Well done to the Rain marketing team. They have been spectacular with the marketing for this. For this
Could have had
match
some.
today.
Yeah, could have had some bigger banners there and in the stands instead of the crowd. Lungi and Giri in.
Gili in. This one pitched very close to the body there, and Kutsia tries to get some sort of purchase, but just going straight to long off, and everyone is basically strolling now. they get themselves to 112 for 4, but not looking like they're going to get themselves a gold or silver medal.
Yes, it's the first time we're seeing this, so a lot more tweaking will happen probably on the second installment of this match. I think it should happen again. It was very fun to be a part of.
As well.
Mm-hmm.
He once again into the attack. This one pitched in very short. Beats Kutsia 112 for 4 still.
Yeah, Lungi and Gidi was very expensive. I didn't expect him to be this expensive. And as we have Ruby in the house, coming to say hi, standing outside there with her mask on, looking at us through the glass. So she's well away from the three of us. 112 for 4. Yeah, Lungi and Gidi much better in this last over, but he doesn't have to bowl to the major batsman here.
He pitches this one full toss that should have gotten the treatment, but Kutsia just plays this too long on for a single. That was Kutsia. No, it wasn't Kutsia. It was it Kutsia?
It was Kutsia. He
It was
played it
Kutsia.
off his. Yeah.
Yes, it was Kutsia because Ntini's left-handed. Yes.
Yo,
For a single.
so he conceded 38 runs in his first 2 overs, and he's only conceded 5 now in his third. Is Lungi and Gidi, 43 of 2.5. 1 ball to go in the hashtag 3T cricket. Hashtag rain starts play. Thank you, rain. Thank you for the rain. Hashtag rain. 113 for 4. 1 ball to go, and it will be the Eagles winning gold.
Coached by Jeff Tayana. He's very good at these as a coach this man.
Gidi from around the wickets, and Tini just chips this to the leg side, straight down the throat of Junior Dala. Kingfishers end on 113 for 5, and that's the game, ladies and gentlemen. The Eagles posted a great total and won the game by defending it. A very big win for the Eagles here.
Yes, AB de Villiers will be very, very happy with his team, the Take-A-Lot Eagles, who defended their total of 160. I did say it was a match-winning total, and
You did call it.
and yes, and they've managed to get 160 as a winning total. Well done to the team at Rain, the team at 3T Cricket, 3-team cricket, for bringing this out and providing us with a new format to cricket that they can possibly sell around the world. As Leah says, what a wild ride that was. Yes, it was a very wild ride. A vestigious Dizzy Yates saying that Fishes on the Hill sounds like a Jethro Tull song. I'm going to have to turn on and take a look now. But essentially, yes, you've been listening to One World Sports Radio. Final comments, gents. What do you think of the format, and what do you think of the day?
Yeah, great day. Very nice to have cricket back in South Africa in whatever form. I would have loved to have a test match like the guys in England, but hopefully we'll get there soon. Thank you to everybody. I think, lots to talk about, lots to think about in the upcoming weeks. Hopefully we'll see you soon. We'll probably see you soon for some football, Mpo.
Hopefully we'll see.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who listened. Thank you, Tsepo. Thank you to Coach Dave, who's already gone home. Thank you to Simon, Mpo. Thank you to everybody at Rain. Hashtag Rain starts play. That's it from me. Yeah.
And on my end, I must say I really enjoyed this. It's great to see cricket back in South Africa. It's great to have an interesting new format for those December braais, the Boxing Day test that you play at your house. So I'm pretty excited for this. I'm pretty excited for the amount of potential this format has, not just as a source of entertainment, but as a form of development, and engaging with a bunch of other communities and new spectators.
Yes, I think I enjoyed this. I think it's something new. They'll probably have to tweak it a bit somewhere along the line. But I think as a format, they've got something that could possibly be a hit. We've got a final tweet from Knuckle. He asks, on a more serious note, did you see Makai's comments yesterday about choosing to run to and from the ground on match days to take his mind off social ostracisms he felt in the protest team bus and in the hotel? He painted an alarming picture. Yes, it's an alarming picture. Something that we have experienced over Twitter over the past couple of days, the past 2 weeks. It was the players of color have said have exposed all these stories that have come through, which is why Black Lives Matter. This is the reason why Black Lives Matter in Cricket South Africa, because black people have been seen to be less than and only available if you're a superstar. And you have to be a Truman or a Bradman to play. But that's what we've said throughout this broadcast. Tsepo?
I must say it's unfortunate to see how rampant like the segregation actually was. You know, you sort of knew it, like you didn't know it. You sort of knew it would be here and there, but you didn't know to what extent.
Yeah.
And now that it's out there in the public eye, I was sort of shocked being a black cricket fan that like one of your heroes felt ostracized. You know.
Yeah.
And you're just expecting a lot more inclusivity. And what saddens me a lot as well is the fact that other cricketers like don't want to support Black Lives Matter. Like you don't have to bash Black Lives Matter. It's literally all around the world. Just support it, and then if you want us to support your thing, like what would Peter Dippenaar said, someone that I was very disappointed with those tweets, being a fan of his, with the farmers and stuff. We're just not coming together. It's about solidarity, and that's what we need right now.
Yes.
If all lives really matter, then Black lives must also like matter, you know?
Yes, that is very true, Tsepo. So thank you to everybody. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Tsepo. Thank you, Otto. Thank you, Dave. Thank you to the Rain team. Remember, all data works the same no matter how much you pay. So why not start saving today with Rain? Rain lets you choose unlimited 4G from as little as $250 a month with no contracts. If you order your SIM from rain.co.za today, they'll deliver it free. Rain, your unlimited data network. It's been a great day. It's been happy for us to get back behind the mics. It's a new normal with a new game, and we've seen it all. I hope you've enjoyed our broadcast from myself, Mpho Simon, Tsepo, Otto, and Dave from the One World Sports Radio studios. Till we meet again, we don't know when that will be, but we'll let you know on our Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube pages. Please follow, subscribe, and we'll let you know when next we'll be again gracing the mics. From ourselves here, Lesale Kakahiso.
Well done, guys.
Hey.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
so it doesn't lend itself to a lot of. Okay. Oh, this is against England.
Yeah, this was the game you and I went together.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Okay, so what I think we're going to do,
Okay.
let's just think a little bit about the context here. So this was in
This was day
SAA.
day 2. South Africa were Keegan. It was a fighting 100. I think we were in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, because he's 228 balls.
Yeah. And he Neil Brand is the other guy. He played for the Titans. And yeah, so England were bowling very well. They didn't give the South Africans much. He came in at a time when we needed consolidation, and he showed that. And it's also his audition for the Proteas, essentially to get himself into the side.
Okay. This really is.
What's this? Hello.
It's quite soft. Okay. But I'm sure it was fine. You sounded fine on air. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'll do ball by ball.
Okay. You do, and I'll do color.
I don't think we necessarily. Okay, let's just do the whole thing, and then we'll see.
Okay. But he says we're going to give us 3 balls. So it's... these are the 3 balls before... Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I'll intro,
Mm-hmm.
and then... You...
Intro, and then we'll press play. So, intro.
Good, okay. No, because it's gonna... There's still... Because he's only just receiving the ball now.
Okay,
So
that's
we'll
fine.
do it and
Okay, cool.
turn at the top. So, okay. You're joining us... okay, let's start this again. Think what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome to this broadcast by 1WSR.com, OneWorldSportsRadio.com. My name is Simon Gear. With me behind the mic is Mpho Matwane. We are just covering a small smidgen of the SAA game against England from 2020, as this is just played into the offside off Sam Corrin. In fact, let's just start this again. So you're doing
Okay,
football,
sure,
aren't
that's fine.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we actually the intro is very very
Okay.
short. Okay,
Sure.
let's do that again. All right. Welcome to this One World Sports Radio demo. My name is Simon Gear. With me on the mic is Mpho Matwane.
Yes, this is SAA versus England in Benoni. Neil Brand is facing up to Sam Curran, who's coming left arm over the wicket to Neil Brand, who drives this one straight back past the bowler. Quick single taken there by him.
Yeah, good little punch there down the ground, rotating the strike, bringing Keegan Peterson onto strike. He's really played a gutsy innings today, 99 of 228 balls.
When SAA needed him, he came in when they were in trouble, and he gutsed it out. And now we're just waiting to see if he'll be able to navigate these final 2 balls. It's been a patient and watchful innings from Keegan Peterson, the man who's knocking on the door of a Proteas selection. Has had a good season in the domestic scene. Curran in to Peterson is down the leg side. It's very easy for Keegan Peterson to play it to square leg for a single, and that brings up his 100. He struggled at first at the beginning, but he got into a groove, and he managed to help SAA steer them to 304 for 4 with his runs today.
Helmet comes off. He goes down and gets a congratulations from his partner. We're just seeing some of the highlights there. Driving very, very well through the course of the day. Some really good work.
He played
through the
James
covers.
Anderson very well. There wasn't a lot of swing for James on offer at Benoni, but Keegan Peterson really played him very late. They played the ball under his eyes for most of his innings, and that was the hallmark of a man who is knocking on the Proteas' door and doing very well, I must say, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Not necessarily a test match 100, but certainly a 100 against a visiting side, and very, very valuable indeed for this young superstar of the future for South African cricket.
Yes, you're looking forward to seeing him play
In hopefully he'll get selected in the upcoming Test series for the Proteas. But he's had a great season for the Knights. Has Keegan Peterson.
Thank you very much. That was easy.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
And I even remember to record,
Okay.
and go do your quick check stuff. Thank you so much for all your help today.
No problem.
Please send me the
Invoice.
invoice. I'm happy to pay you $500 for today. If you want.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Okay, cool. But I didn't get you cash, so I'll just
Yeah,
I'll make a deposit.
No, that's okay.
And then send me the invoice for that thing that you did spend.
Okay.
And then we'll make a load of coffee. In fact, I might even just pay you back straight away, so that you square.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me go jump on. Do you want to take any of these?
Any of these what?
Of these
Oh no, you
Okay.
are you going to use them?
I'll take this.
If you're not going to use them, I'll pay you for them
Okay.
and keep them.
You can keep these. Like, I mean, it's fine.
Okay,
Not an
but
issue.
okay, well
I'll just
again,
take the wipes.
okay, but then again, send me the.
This
You know
one.
what? I'm not going to use them until we next do live sport, and that might be ages.
That's fine. It doesn't. These things don't expire. It's alcohol.
Cool. Alright.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me just jump onto these guys. Do you need me to clean out anything?
No, everything else.
Okay. Sure. Thanks, Simon.
Thanks, buddy. You so well. Have a really good weekend.
You too. Thanks.
Cheers.
Wear my mask before I.
Yeah, I was like
Anything
happily
else?
walking through the shopping centre and I suddenly realised I didn't have my mask.
It could be a Twitter hero there, son. So cheers.